Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Night Fear. I know many of you listen to these stories to help you fall asleep. So before you get settled in, I'd love for you to leave a comment letting me know where you're listening from. And if you're enjoying the episodes, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Now let's get comfortable, relax, and begin. There's this young guy who shows up every now and then, never when you'd expect, and never in the same place twice. He looks maybe around 19 or 20, kind of average height, but something about him doesn't sit right. His skin is so pale it almost looks washed out under the sun, and his hair is thick and dark, with long bangs that fall straight down over his face, completely covering his eyes. He always wears the same outfit, an old brown t-shirt, faded jeans, and no shoes, not even socks. At first glance, you probably think he was just some regular kid. But once you really look at him, you can feel it. Something about him just isn't human. The first time I saw him, I had just started at Silver Springs High. It was a quiet little town, the kind where people wave to each other from their front porches, and every house has a flagpole or a wind chime. That day, it was unusually warm for October. Around 1 p.m., we were smack in the middle of biology class when I noticed him. He was standing just outside the classroom door, completely still, no blinking, no fidgeting, just standing there like a statue. Nobody else seemed to notice him. Not the teacher, not my classmates. No one even flinched or looked toward the door. It was like I was the only one who could see him. I figured maybe he was a new student or someone waiting for the front office. I went back to taking notes, but something about him lingered in the back of my mind. After nearly an hour, I looked again. He was still there. And this time, he was staring straight at me. Great, I thought. Just what I needed, some creepy kid fixating on me. That year, he became a regular part of my life. He'd show up almost every day, never close, always in the background. Sometimes I'd see him standing across the street behind a telephone pole, other times sitting on the school roof like a gargoyle. Once he was just outside the window of the town library while I was studying. Always still, always watching. He never appeared in bathrooms or locker rooms, though, and I remember joking to myself, well, at least he's got some boundaries. I told my best friend, Emily, and she just laughed. Said maybe I had a secret admirer. Yeah, I told her. An admirer from the Twilight Zone. During my sophomore year, he stopped showing up entirely. For months, I didn't see him, not at school, not on the streets, nowhere. I thought maybe it was over. Maybe I'd imagined the whole thing. Then one night he came back. I was in my room, trying to fall asleep. It was one of those quiet spring nights in Silver Springs, just the soft hum of crickets and the occasional creak of the house settling. I'd left the balcony door open for fresh air and moonlight, and as I lay there, half asleep, I felt something. A shift in the air, like someone else was there. I opened my eyes and sat up. He was standing right next to my bed. The moonlight poured in behind him, casting a pale outline around his frame. My heart thudded in my chest, but oddly, I wasn't afraid. Slowly, I reached out and brushed my fingers through the bangs covering his face. I expected them to vanish like smoke, but I touched something real, solid. And that's when I saw his eyes. One was emerald green, deep, vibrant, almost glowing. The other was a pale, watery blue that reminded me of a cat's eye in the dark. In that instant, I knew this wasn't just a ghost. He disappeared the moment my fingers touched his skin, just blinked out of existence. I sat there in the dark for what felt like hours. No fear, just questions. The next morning, I searched everything I could about ghosts with mismatched eyes. But I came up empty. Nothing matched what I'd seen. Since then, he's been showing up less and less. Maybe once every few months. Always at a distance. Watching, but never close. Now I'm about to graduate high school, and he's still around. Not every day, not even every season. But once in a while, I'll spot him, standing by the edge of the woods near the football field, or leaning against a lamppost on a foggy morning walk. He doesn't scare me anymore. I've stopped trying to explain him. He's just there. A silent shadow in the background of my life. And maybe that's all he's ever meant to be. What do you think he is? Have you ever seen someone that no one else could? This story takes place in the late 1960s, when my family moved into a large, weathered house in the quiet town of Silver Springs, Oregon. The house had once belonged to a retired lumber tycoon and had stood vacant for nearly a decade before we moved in. It became our family home. My grandparents lived there, along with their only daughter, my mother. My dad joined us after he married my mom in April of 1968. I was born the following year, in 1969, and that's when the strange things started. It began with the attic. My mother remembered hearing what sounded like someone jumping down onto the landing. Thinking maybe someone had broken in, they rushed upstairs, but no one was there. The attic hatch had been moved, even though no one had touched it. At first, the incidents were easy to shrug off, but they didn't stay subtle for long. Most of the activity started focusing on the master bedroom, my grandparents' room. As I got older, I started noticing things too. Nearly every evening, while we were downstairs watching TV, we'd hear soft but distinct footsteps pacing the bedrooms upstairs. My grandfather would mute the television so we could listen. I still remember him nodding toward the ceiling and whispering, "He's right above us," or "Now he's moving toward the hallway." We always went to check. My grandfather would lead the way with a flashlight, and I'd follow behind, clutching his coat. But every time, the rooms were empty, nothing out of place, and yet, the footsteps never stopped. Eventually, it got to us. My mom, grandma, and I began sleeping downstairs with the lights on. Only my grandfather stayed upstairs, stubborn as ever. In 1972, my dad packed up and left after his own unsettling experience. He never talked about it, and eventually, my parents divorced. A family friend who used to visit us often never believed in the paranormal. She said the house was just old, and the noises were probably from cars outside or shifting floorboards. But one night, even she couldn't explain what happened. We were all in the living room when the lights flickered, once, twice, and then went completely out. There was no storm, no electrical issue, just darkness. Then they came back on, flickering again like something, or someone, was playing with the switch. Her skepticism didn't last much longer after that. She told us she knew someone, a medium, and offered to bring him over. The medium arrived a few days later. He sat with us and asked a few basic questions, then knocked on the ceiling, calling out to whatever might be there. We all froze when a loud knock came back. It was deliberate, timed, like a response. The medium went into a light trance but couldn't get a name. Still, he confirmed what we already knew. Something was in that house. Later, a local priest visited and performed a blessing. For a while, things calmed down. The house seemed normal again. We slept upstairs. We stopped listening for footsteps, but that didn't last. A few months later, everything returned, and this time it got worse. The presence wasn't content with knocking or footsteps anymore. One evening, we were all in the living room. My grandfather in his armchair, Mom beside him, me on the floor playing with toy cars. My grandmother was reading on the sofa. Everything felt peaceful, until my mom suddenly gasped and dropped her cup of tea. She didn't say anything right away, just stared at the space behind the sofa. Later, she told us she saw a figure standing there. A man in a long, hooded robe. A monk. She could see the texture of the fabric, the way it hung heavy around his arms. But his face was hidden completely beneath the hood. He didn't move, didn't speak. Then he vanished. The town of Silver Springs is small, but it has history. The house we lived in sat not far from the old Pine Ridge Chapel, which dates back to the 1800s. Before it became a chapel, the land had belonged to a fringe religious sect. Some say it even housed secret tunnels and prayer chambers underground. My grandmother, always trying to keep things light, started calling the ghost Johnny. In the summer of 1978, we finally left. A pair of local investors bought the place and later turned it into a bed and breakfast. In the 1980s, it was renamed the Pines Inn. For my 40th birthday, I decided to rent a room there. just to see it again. The place looked different, but as I checked in, the desk clerk smiled and said, "Room 5's a popular one, though some guests say it's haunted." I hadn't even mentioned the past, but I knew exactly what she meant. She also told me no one likes going into the cellar alone. Can't say I blame them. When I was a kid, we lived in this old craftsman-style house in a quiet town called Pine Hollow. The place had that worn-down charm, like something out of an old photograph. The neighborhood was filled with tall oak trees, cracked sidewalks, and houses that had seen generations come and go. Ours sat just across from an old Baptist church, and according to town records, the house was originally built for the church's first minister back in the early 1900s. That part wasn't all that strange, but what was strange was his daughter. We didn't know much about her, just whispers in the town archive, a faded photo in a dusty frame at the church office, but once we moved in, it became very clear we weren't alone. The weird stuff didn't happen constantly, but when it did, it hit hard. My parents were divorced, and while my dad and stepmom, her name's Laura, were fixing the house up so we could move in, I was still staying with my mom. During that time, Laura and Dad told me they started noticing things. They'd hear laughter upstairs when no one was home, small footsteps running down the hall, and once they both saw a little girl peek around the corner from the stairway, stare at them, and then vanish back up the steps. They were convinced it was the minister's daughter, and when I finally moved in, it all got quieter, like she was watching, waiting. But every now and then, she made herself known, especially when I wasn't around. She had a thing for my toys. Lara told me that whenever I spent the weekend at my mom's, they'd find my toys moved, even though we had a strict rule, everything put away before I left. One time, they walked into my room and found my plastic tea set laid out perfectly on the floor like a little ghost had been hosting her own party. Another time, I came home to find all my marbles neatly stacked into a pyramid in the middle of my bed. There's one memory I can't shake. I was around 8, playing with my stuffed animals in the living room. My dad had stepped out to pick up takeout, sweet and sour chicken from our go-to Chinese place, and I went with him because I was too young to stay home alone. Laura wasn't with us. She pulled into the driveway just ahead of us when we got back and headed into the house first to get changed. She walked through the dining room to get to the bedroom. A minute later, she came storming into the kitchen. "Why were you playing in the dining room?" she asked. I wasn't. I told her I'd been in the living room the whole time, and my dad backed me up. We all went to check, and there they were, my stuffed animals, carefully arranged in one of the chairs at the dining room table. Even my doll carriage was lined up neatly against the wall. That room was off limits to me. It had this vintage rug, cabinets of delicate china, and creaky wood floors. I wasn't even allowed to walk through it, let alone play there. But somehow, the little girl had carried everything in and arranged it like she wanted to join a dinner party of her own. The staircase in that house had its own energy. Every time I walked up, I felt like someone was right behind me, breathing softly, reaching out. The higher I climbed, the more intense it became, until I'd sprint the rest of the way down the hall and slam my bedroom door shut behind me. I'd always turn around fast, hoping to catch something in the act, but of course nothing was ever there. The worst room by far was the guest bedroom. It never felt right. Ever. No matter what time of year it was, the air inside that room was hot and heavy, like it was pressing down on your skin. In the middle of winter, when snow covered everything outside, the guest room would still feel like summer in Florida. Anyone who stayed there complained about bad dreams or waking up in a cold sweat. I don't think it was the little girl. Whatever was in there felt different, older, darker, territorial. Even my dad, who didn't tell me until years later, said the room gave him the creeps. Most of the unsettling stuff happened upstairs or on the staircase, but there was one night downstairs I'll never forget. We were all in the living room watching TV. The office was just off to the side, and you could see into it from the couch. One of our cats wandered in, walked past the office doorway, and suddenly froze. His ears perked up, and he turned to stare at the back corner of the room. Then he sat down, completely focused. A minute later, our second cat joined him. Then our golden retriever padded over and stood behind them. All three of them stared into that dark corner like something was there. No noise, no movement, just silence and that cold, sinking feeling in your gut. Lara clapped. I called their names, but they didn't even blink. After 5 long minutes, they all turned and calmly walked away. No one said anything after that. We didn't need to. I never liked being alone in that house. It didn't feel evil exactly, but it never felt empty. I wouldn't go upstairs unless someone was with me. If I had to take a shower, I'd bring a cat into the bathroom. At night, I made sure at least one pet was sleeping on the bed with me. If they left, I'd get up and bring them back. My dad had this old reading chair by my desk. He used to read to me before bed, and after he left the room, I'd lie there in the dark, convinced someone, or something, was still sitting in that chair. I never dared look. I just pulled the covers tighter and waited for sleep to come. Eventually, we moved to a newer house in a different part of town. No strange noises, no weird heat or cold spots, no ghosts. But I still think about that house on Maple Street, about the girl on the stairs, the hot room, the toys that moved. And sometimes I wonder if she ever found someone new to play with. Have you ever lived in a house that didn't quite feel like yours? I still remember the summer of 2006 like it was yesterday. That was the year I got accepted into Pine Ridge University, a small but beautiful campus tucked away in northern Vermont. I'd toured a handful of colleges across New England, but Pine Ridge instantly felt like home. The campus had this charming old-world vibe. Stone buildings wrapped in ivy, a foggy little creek that cut right through the quad, and pine trees as far as the eye could see. Sure, the winters were brutal up there, but something about it just felt right. After months of daydreaming and packing, move-in day finally arrived. The campus buzzed with excitement, nervous freshmen trying to act cool, teary-eyed parents pretending not to cry, and siblings making weird jokes just to ease the tension. I was especially thrilled to be placed in Holloway Hall, my first-choice dorm. It was a co-ed building with alternating gender floors, and it had this cozy, slightly rustic charm. The place smelled like fresh paint and lemon cleaner. There was even a soundproof piano room tucked into the basement, which I knew I'd be using. My roommate, Josh, turned out to be super chill. We clicked instantly. I ended up in room 104, right on the first floor. It had a view of the backyard woods and was just a few steps from the bathrooms. Perfect. The first few nights were a dream. Josh and I stayed up late talking about music, classes, and what we hoped the year would bring. Everything felt new and exciting, like we were on the edge of something big. But things changed on the 5th night. Around 1:30 in the morning, I woke up to the sound of crying. At first, I thought maybe it was Josh having a rough night. I sat up and glanced over. He was already awake, sitting straight up in bed, stiff as a board. "You good?" I whispered. "Sha," he said, barely above a breath. "What is it?" He looked at me, eyes wide and serious. I heard it too. The crying came back the next night, and the night after that. Always around 1:30 a.m., soft, distant, and chilling. At first, we figured it had to be someone down the hall. Maybe one of the guys was dealing with homesickness or a breakup. But something about the sound wasn't right. It was too clear, too close. By the second week, the crying didn't sound like it was coming from the hallway anymore. It felt like it was coming from inside our room. Then came night 15. That night, I was pulled out of sleep by a voice, a whisper, low, breathy, right next to my ear. "Help me." My blood turned to ice. I sat up, heart pounding, and looked toward the door. There was someone standing there. He looked about our age, maybe a little older. Pale skin, sunken cheeks, and eyes that didn't seem to focus on anything. He was so thin it was almost unnatural, like his body had forgotten how to hold weight. He didn't say anything else. He just turned slowly and walked into the hallway. I couldn't bring myself to follow him. I wish I had, because that wasn't the last time I saw him. For the rest of the semester, he came back, always the same, standing in our room, whispering those same two words, "Help me." Every time I tried to move toward him, he disappeared. No noise, no trace, just gone. I'm sharing this as a warning to anyone thinking of living in Holloway Hall, especially room 104. I left Pine Ridge University years ago, but I've kept in touch with a few people who lived there after me. Some of them, strangers to each other, have told me similar stories. The crying, the figure, the whisper. The man is still there, still asking for help. So if you ever find yourself waking up at 1:30 a.m. to the sound of crying, don't brush it off. Room 104 isn't what it seems. What do you think he wants? And why hasn't he left? About 8 months ago, I went through the most terrifying experience of my life. I've had strange things happen to me before, especially in adulthood, but nothing quite like this. I've stopped trying to explain it all. Some things feel too big, too dark to understand. But this was different. It was deeper, heavier, like something ancient had its eyes on me. Here's what happened. That day had started out pretty normal. I was chatting with my friend Kayla over coffee. We got into a weird, fascinating conversation about forbidden texts, specifically the Book of Enoch. She mentioned it might make a great premise for a short story. I agreed, and that night I stayed up brainstorming, scribbling ideas at the kitchen table long after the house had gone quiet. By midnight, I was finally tired enough to stop. My husband, Michael, was already asleep upstairs. I crept into our bedroom, slipped under the covers, and felt his arm instinctively wrap around me. The low hum of the box fan on my nightstand filled the silence, and I drifted off. But at exactly 2:22 a.m., my eyes flew open. Not like a slow, groggy wake-up, more like someone yanked me out of sleep. For some reason, I didn't move. My body stayed still, frozen, but my eyes drifted toward the fan. It had changed. The hum was deeper, almost like it was grinding against something, straining against air that suddenly felt too thick. Then came the cold. A blast of air hit my face like it had been funneled from the dead of winter. Not normal A/C cold. This was biting, unnatural. The kind of cold that sinks into your bones, and with it came a fear that gripped my chest like a vice. I couldn't understand why I was so scared, but I was. Deeply, instinctively afraid. The buzzing got louder. My teeth clenched. Another gust of icy air rolled over me, and that's when panic set in. I couldn't move, not even a finger. I tried to call out to Michael, inches away, but nothing came out. My voice was sealed inside me like my mouth was sewn shut. Tears slid down my cheeks. I was wide awake, but utterly paralyzed. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. 3 separate presences in the room, closing in. The air grew dense, like it was pushing down on me from all sides. I couldn't breathe deeply, only short, shallow gasps. And I knew, somehow, they were watching me, surrounding me. I tried to force even the tiniest twitch, just enough to nudge Michael, but my limbs refused. My body had been taken over by something else. The buzzing sound grew into a roar inside my head, and my fear, my actual terror, felt like it was being pulled out of me and fed on. It wasn't just fear, it was fear being harvested. Then the bed shifted. There was weight pressing down at my feet, like something heavy had climbed up. It moved up my legs, slow, creeping, deliberate, like it wanted me to feel every inch of its progress. I shut my eyes and began to pray over and over in my mind, begging for help, for protection, anything. When I finally opened my eyes again, my heart nearly gave out. In the far corner of the room stood a tall, hooded figure. Its form was darker than the rest of the shadows, so dark it seemed to swallow the light around it. There was no face beneath the hood, but I felt it stare, hatred, pure and ancient. And then, behind it, something else moved slower, closer, closer still. I knew with every part of me that it wanted to hurt me. I kept praying, begging silently, desperately. Suddenly, behind my closed eyes, a bright flash of pink light burst like a flare, and then I saw a hand, pale and outstretched, reaching toward me. Without hesitation, I reached back. The moment I did, a high-pitched, metallic screech rang out. I gasped and opened my eyes, and everything was gone. The weight, the shadows, the figure vanished. I still couldn't move for a while. Maybe a minute, maybe 10. I don't know. Eventually, I regained control. I reached out and shook Michael's shoulder hard, but he just mumbled something and turned over. I couldn't speak yet. My throat wouldn't work, so I stumbled out of bed and flipped on the light. My legs gave out, and I collapsed into the chair by the window. I checked the clock. 4:22 a.m. I had been trapped like that for 2 hours. It had felt like seconds. I spent the rest of the night sitting on the edge of the bed with the light on, watching the corners of the room like something might come back. When morning finally came, I made tea to calm myself. My voice was hoarse, like I'd screamed all night. When Michael finally woke up, I noticed long red scratches on his back, probably from me clawing at him while I was frozen. But he remembered nothing. Said he'd had the deepest sleep in weeks. He's usually a light sleeper, the kind who wakes up if I even turn over. But that night, nothing could have woken him. I'm convinced those things, whatever they were, made sure he stayed asleep. We moved 4 months later. I needed to get out of that house. I felt like it was soaked in something I couldn't wash off. For a while, I felt peace. I thought maybe it had ended. But last week, that changed. I woke up again in the middle of the night. Not in fear, just alert. And there it was, a small shadow, about the height of a child, standing perfectly still in the doorway of our new bedroom. It didn't move, just stood there watching me. And then, a strange wave of sleepiness swept over me, heavy, unnatural. I didn't even have time to react before I blacked out. Now I'm afraid it followed me, whatever it is. I don't know what it wants, or how to get rid of it. I feel helpless, and that helplessness is turning into anger. I hate that it still has power over me. All I can do now is wait and pray it doesn't come back. But something deep inside tells me it's only just begun. I was 14 when my world started to unravel. We just moved to a quiet neighborhood on the edge of Pine Lake, one of those small towns where the wind always seems to carry whispers. My dad worked long hours at the mill, and my mom, well, she was barely holding it together. That winter, she suffered a complete breakdown and was diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Around the same time, my older brother Aaron, just 16, was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Our house had always felt a little heavy, but after those diagnoses, it was like the walls absorbed it all. The tension, the grief, the fear. No matter how high we turned the heat, there was this coldness that settled deep into the bones of the place. It wasn't just the kind of cold you fight with blankets. It felt unnatural. Aaron's diagnosis hit him hard. He stopped trusting everyone, even me. His mood swung violently, and sometimes he'd stare into nothing, mumbling things I couldn't understand. He grew angry, bitter, dangerous even. The doctors tried to reassure us, calling it symptomatic, but deep down, I couldn't shake the feeling that something else was feeding it, something invisible and patient. I've always been sensitive to energy, to emotions, and to things most people don't see. A year before everything fell apart, I started noticing strange shadows around the house. At first, they just passed through, a flicker at the edge of my vision, or a figure darting down the hallway that vanished when I looked. But as my family's pain deepened, those presences stayed longer. They grew bolder, hooded silhouettes, crawling shapes, childlike figures peeking from corners. They turned our home into a feeding ground. The epicenter was upstairs, mine and Aaron's bedrooms, separated by a thin wall. That's where the worst of it happened. I'd lie awake, heart pounding, and hear whispers I couldn't quite make out. Things would move on their own. Lights flickered for no reason. The hallway always seemed too dark, but there was one shadow that stood out from the rest. This one didn't dart or disappear. It stayed, it waited, and it watched. At first, it was just a dense patch of black near my ceiling, darker than the room around it. Then over the course of several nights, it began to take shape, slowly, deliberately. I'd see it shift in the corner of my eye, until one day, it dropped to the floor like a heavy cloak unraveling, and stood. It was tall, at least 7 feet, hunched. Its form was blurred, like smoke trapped in human shape, but its presence was sharp and suffocating. At night it would lean over my bed, its face inches from mine. I never saw eyes, just a void, but I could feel it breathing, cold like ice water against my ear. It muttered words I couldn't understand, but they filled me with dread, like hearing a nightmare you'd forgotten repeat itself. One night, my best friend Emily came to sleep over. She was holding my cat Willow when she stopped short at my bedroom door. Her face went pale. Willow hissed, twisted out of her arms, and bolted down the stairs, disappearing into the night. Emily didn't even look at me. "Can we sleep in the living room?" she asked, voice barely above a whisper. "There's something in there." That night, I told her everything. How I felt like I was slowly losing my grip. How it had been watching me. She promised she'd help. A few days later, Emily came back with a small pouch of crystals, mostly amethysts, and a bundle of sage and lavender. We set everything up in my room, lit the incense, and tried to laugh it off like teenagers do. But the air changed. The room felt denser. That thing, it didn't like what we were doing. The energy shifted. It grew angrier. The temperature dropped. Emily went rigid and clamped her hands over her ears. "It's screaming," she said, eyes wide with pain. Then, without warning, my TV flew off the dresser and slammed into my bed. She screamed and ran, and I was right behind her. After that, it didn't throw things anymore, but it didn't leave either. It stayed watching from the darkest corners. I think something about Emily's visit made it retreat, or maybe it just changed tactics. When Aaron was finally hospitalized, something shifted. The house got quieter. I felt braver. One night, I stood in my room and spoke aloud. "You don't belong here," I said. "You're not welcome. Leave." It didn't happen right away, but in the weeks that followed, the air got lighter. The cold stopped sinking so deep into the walls. Eventually, that presence faded into the background, like smoke clearing after a fire. Now I'm 18, and I've learned to recognize what's mine to carry, and what isn't. That thing, whatever it was, fed on pain. It mirrored the chaos we were living through, and maybe even made it worse. I still wonder what it really was. A shadow person, some kind of spirit, or just grief given shape. If you've ever felt something watching you from the dark, really watching, you'll understand why I still double-check my closet at night. And if you have any idea what I saw, I'd love to know. When I was a little girl, my grandma, Ruth, told me a story about the lady in smoke. Grandma Ruth didn't talk much about ghosts. She didn't like them, and you could see the fear in her eyes any time the topic came up. But after something strange happened to me in one of the upstairs bedrooms of her old house in Pine Hollow, Tennessee, she finally opened up about a family secret that had haunted us for generations. According to Grandma, the lady in smoke was an ancestor from long ago. No one knows her exact name, but she's been seen by different people in our family, always during big moments. Some say she shows up when there's heartbreak or danger. Others have seen her before weddings, births, or sudden strokes of luck. It's not always the same. A glimpse of a figure in the mirror, the scent of wild lilacs on the wind, or the brush of fingers on your shoulder when no one's there. The earliest mention comes from my great-great-aunt Millie, born in the 1870s, who wrote about the spirit in an old leather-bound diary that still sits in our attic. My first encounter happened when I was about 5. I was the youngest of 3, 2 older brothers who never missed a chance to tease me, so I'd often escape to the upstairs rooms to get away from them. Grandma's house, a creaky old Victorian on the edge of town, felt like a castle to me, full of dusty quilts, some bleached books, and antique mirrors that never seemed to reflect things quite right. My favorite room was the one that faced the sycamore trees and the pond out back. It had 3 tall windows covered in lace curtains that always fluttered, even when the air was still. The wallpaper had faded hummingbirds looping through winding vines, so detailed that I used to trace them with my finger during long afternoons. One day, I was doing just that, following the curve of a hummingbird's wing, when I noticed someone standing at the far window. At first, I didn't think much of it. Aunts and uncles came by often, and adults had a way of showing up quietly. So I kept talking, pointing out the birds on the wall. She didn't speak, just stood there quietly, looking out the window. I remember her dress. It was old-fashioned, floral, with shiny buttons down the front. Her hair was up in high bun, soft curls spilling around her face. What stuck with me most, though, was how everything about her, from her dress to her skin, was tinged in soft, silvery gray, like smoke from a campfire just before it fades. But she wasn't scary. Not then. I felt safe, actually. Curious. Then I heard Grandma calling me down for lunch. I turned to yell, "Coming," and when I looked back, the woman was gone. Just the fluttering curtains and quiet room. I ran downstairs, breathless with excitement, and told Grandma and my dad all about the lady upstairs. Grandma's face changed instantly. Her usual warmth drained away, and she asked me over and over to describe what I saw. My dad listened closely but stayed quiet. Before long, I got distracted by a litter of kittens in the barn, and the day moved on. 3 months later, Grandma Ruth got sick, fast. She was in the hospital not long after. During one of our visits, she asked me, in a voice that was quieter than I'd ever heard, to tell her the story of the lady again. I was happy she remembered. I repeated every detail, hoping she'd believe me. When I finished, she just nodded and looked out the window for a while before telling me something I'll never forget. She said that when she was about 6, she'd been playing with her twin beagle pups in the orchard behind her childhood home. It was March, too early for anything to bloom, but suddenly, she caught the scent of lilacs on the wind. It stopped her cold. When she turned around, there was a woman standing beneath one of the bare apple trees. Long gown, hair up in a bun, not saying a word. Grandma scooped up the puppies and ran for the house, the scent of lilacs following her all the way to the porch. Days later, her mother fell suddenly ill. She passed within a month. At the funeral, Grandma overheard some of the older relatives whispering about the lady in smoke, how she only came when something important was about to happen, good or bad. They said she looked like she belonged to another century, and sometimes you could hear her footsteps or feel her brush past you in the hallway. After that, Grandma didn't speak of her again. Not to me, not to my dad. And 3 months later, she passed. I didn't see the lady in smoke that time, but I remembered her more than ever. When I was 9, I saw her again. It was late. I'd woken up thirsty and noticed the glow from my nightlight was strangely bright. I crept down the back hallway toward the kitchen when I felt a soft touch on my shoulder. Thinking it was my mom, I turned, but no one was there. I kept going, but just before the stairs, I saw her, standing there, still as ever, her hands lifted gently, like she was telling me not to go further. I froze, but again, I didn't feel scared. I turned around and took the front stairs instead. When I got to the kitchen, I found my dad, barefoot, pouring water onto smoke rising from our old stereo. The wires had shorted and caught fire. He looked shaken. Later, he told me he'd been jolted awake, said it felt like someone shoved his shoulder, and the whole room smelled like lilacs. He asked why I was up. I told him the light had been too bright. He nodded and didn't say anything more. Since then, I've seen the lady in smoke a few more times. When my grandfather passed, at my cousin's wedding, standing at the edge of the crowd. Once during a thunderstorm, when I was home alone and felt the house settle strangely. She's never spoken, never made a sound, but she's always brought a strange calm with her, like she's watching over me. Some in my family still refuse to believe. Others fear her. But me, I think she's a guardian, one that never left. Thank you for listening to my story. I know it was a long one, but maybe it helps explain a little about why I believe in the things that go bump in the night. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Let me take you back to the summer of 2001, when I first met Robin. She and I shared something rare, a deep-rooted faith. We were both raised in small-town churches, the kind with wooden pews and dusty hymnals, and we often spent long evenings talking about spirits, demons, and how faith plays into the unseen world. But what I didn't know back then was that Robin had experienced something I'd only read about in the darker corners of Scripture: a mimic demon. Now, if you've never heard of a mimic demon, consider yourself lucky. It's a kind of entity that doesn't just haunt. It imitates. It steals the voices of the people you love most. Their laughs, their mannerisms, even the way they walk. It plays these pieces back like a recording, not to comfort, but to confuse, manipulate, and break you down. Robin had lived with this presence since she was a teenager. The first time I visited her place, she was living in a weathered farmhouse just outside of Pine Hollow, Ohio. One of those creaky, two-story homes surrounded by cornfields, where the wind always feels colder than it should. I was in her room messing around on the computer while she stepped out to use the bathroom. The house was quiet, too quiet, but I didn't think much of it. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw someone sit down on the edge of the bed. Same height, same frame as Robin. I figured she'd come back without me noticing. I made a joke about a game I was playing, half turning to her, but she didn't respond. I kept talking, thinking maybe she was just tired. Then Robin walked back in from the hallway. I turned fully toward the bed, heart skipping a beat. The figure, whatever it was gone. I blinked at the empty spot where someone had just been sitting. When I told Robin, she didn't look surprised. Not even a little. She just sighed and said, "Yeah, this house is haunted," before sharing her story. She spoke calmly, like someone who had come to terms with it long ago. One night, she told me, she woke up paralyzed, unable to move, unable to scream. A pressure-like hands wrapped around her neck, choking her. Then, without warning, her body lifted off the bed, hovering in the air. She said she barely managed to gasp out, "Jesus Christ." And the moment she did, she slammed back down onto the mattress. There was another time her father woke up underneath his bed, completely confused and with no memory of how he ended up there. And once, while she was showering, she heard her dad's voice in the living room, calling the dogs. They barked in response, until she stepped out wrapped in a towel and found the place dead silent. Her dad wasn't home. The dogs were curled up and fast asleep. One incident still sticks with me like a splinter. I had just finished a late shift at the diner and was supposed to meet up with Robin. I tried calling her, but my phone wouldn't connect, only showed emergency calls only, which made no sense. Frustrated, I texted her but got nothing back. When I got home, I found her parked in front of my house, slumped over in her car, fast asleep. I knocked on the window, and she jolted awake, screaming in sheer terror. It took a while to calm her down enough to talk. She said she'd gone to her church, an old brick building just outside of town, to grab something her dad had forgotten. The place was supposedly haunted too, and for some reason, she felt compelled to sit in one of the back pews in the dark. That's when it started. She heard faint footsteps echoing across the wooden floor. Then a strange sensation washed over her, like her energy was draining out of her body. Dizzy and scared, she ran for the exit. Just as she pulled the door shut behind her, she heard her dad's voice call out gently, "Hey, baby." But her dad was hundreds of miles away on a work trip. Another time, my friend Ricky and I were hanging out at Robin's house. We were just chatting in the kitchen when Ricky suddenly got quiet and wandered off. A minute later, he came back looking pale as a sheet. He didn't say anything, just said, "We need to go, now." Once we were halfway down the road, he finally told us why. "I heard your dad," he said to Robin. "He was talking in his room, but I looked. No one was there." It's been years now since anything strange happened. The mimic demon, if that's what it really was, seems to have gone quiet. but no one knows why. Maybe it moved on. Maybe it's just waiting. That's the thing with demons. You never really know when they're gone for good. Sometimes, I still wonder, what if it's just waiting for the right voice to borrow? I was 7 years old the year my mom packed us into her rusted station wagon and moved us out to Silver Springs, a small, dusty town tucked deep in rural Nevada. We left behind everything we knew in Colorado, chasing a fresh start that felt more like a last resort. It was just her, my older sister, my little brother, and me. The place we moved into wasn't much. An old duplex on the edge of town, just past a string of forgotten warehouses and a defunct meatpacking plant. The neighborhood reeked of oil, old wood, and something metallic that never quite left the air. Train tracks ran a few blocks over, and the distant howls of passing freight cars became the lullaby to our nights. Our half of the duplex had 3 rooms, a front room, a larger middle space where we all slept, and a cramped kitchen at the back. The bathroom? It was a rickety outhouse behind the building, its door swinging on a tired hinge. The other half of the duplex stood empty, the windows boarded and signs plastered across the entrance. Do not enter. My mom and sister shared the single bed, while my brother and I crashed on an old mattress on the floor. That first night, half the block across the street caught fire. Fire trucks and cop cars lit up the night, their sirens echoing off the alley walls. I remember the way the smoke rolled over our roof like a warning. Mom had rented the duplex over the phone. No pictures, no questions, just desperation to get us somewhere new. Still, we made it work. By day, we explored the cracked sidewalks and overgrown lots. At night, we drift off to the sounds of the trains and the rhythmic hum of a nearby bottling plant. In some strange way, the industrial noise became comforting, but we never messed with the boarded-up unit next door. Even at 7, I could tell something about it was wrong. The signs weren't just warnings. They felt like seals. The desert was wild and strange. Dust storms would roll in out of nowhere, turning the sky rust red and slamming sand against the windows. On those nights, we'd stay huddled in the middle room, chewing on cold watermelon slices and watching lightning dance across the clouds. The only thing keeping the outhouse door shut was a tiny hook latch, easy enough to pop open with the wind or a gentle push. Sometimes, when Mom or my sister needed to use it in the middle of the night, they'd tiptoe out barefoot into the dirt, flashlight in hand. But my brother and I hated that outhouse. We kept a dented coffee can near our mattress, just in case nature called during those long nights. One night, the wind was especially strong. I remember the sound of the hook latch rattling loose. I heard the door creak open, followed by my mom muttering under her breath as she got up to latch it again. The room went still afterward. Everyone went back to sleep, except me. I lay there staring into the darkness, ears tuned to every noise. Then I heard it. A creak on the old floorboards. Slow. Then again. I held my breath and glanced at my brother. He was out cold. I pulled the blanket to my chin. Another shuffle. A faint thump. Then I saw it. Just inches from our mattress, beside the coffee can, was a black boot. Someone was standing right there. I squeezed my eyes shut, heart pounding like a drum inside my chest. And then a voice. I am from Indian Row. It was low, gravelly, and wrong. Not angry, just final. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. I just curled tighter against my brother and waited for morning to come. By daylight, I told my mom everything. She shook her head. Just a dream, she said. It was the wind. That's all. But I knew better. I saw the boot. I heard that voice. The days went on. My brother and I kept exploring, riding our bikes down the cracked back roads and poking around abandoned sheds. But sometimes, out of nowhere, I'd get this rush of dread, like something invisible was running toward me, ready to hit. It would pass quickly, but it left me cold every time. My brother rolled his eyes when I mentioned it. You're being weird, he'd say. A year later, at a neighbor kid's birthday party, the dread returned, but stronger. It hit like a wave, so intense it made my stomach turn. The other kids were playing tag and smashing cake into each other's faces, but I couldn't move. Everything felt wrong. My brother noticed and offered to walk me home. As soon as we got through the front door, I collapsed on the couch and passed out cold. What I saw, or dreamed, next still haunts me. I was floating in a dark, endless void. There was no up or down, no sound or light, just a thick, suffocating emptiness. But I could feel the air. It wasn't just around me. It had a texture, smooth and almost wet against my skin. Then the void began to wrinkle, folding in on itself. The silence broke with the deep, pulsing sound of our swamp cooler kicking on. Whoosh, whoosh, faster now. Then came the voices, angry, distorted, shouting, screaming, all around me. The chaos built and built until I couldn't take it anymore. I woke up screaming, bolted straight out the door in my pajamas, barefoot and crying. Neighbors rushed outside, trying to calm me down as my brother and sister chased me through the street. They finally got me home. My skin was clammy, and I was burning up with fever. Mom pressed cold towels to my forehead, whispering for me to calm down. But the dreams didn't stop. For months, I had nightmares of dark voids, twisting sounds, and that voice whispering from the corner of the room. Then one day, our neighbor, an old woman who'd lived on the block forever, came by for coffee. I overheard her talking to my mom. She said the duplex next door had a dark past. Years ago, a man had murdered his wife and kids inside it, then turned the gun on himself. Mom didn't believe it, but I did, because I think he never really left. Later on, I found out the real reason we ended up in Pine Lake, this little town tucked between the mountains and the pines. My dad had been violent, drunk most nights, cruel always. One night, he nearly choked my mom to death. In self-defense, she shot him. She did 3 years behind bars before she was cleared, and when she got out, she packed us up and moved to Pine Lake for a fresh start. The old duplex we moved into was supposed to be her safe haven, even if it came with shadows of its own. Even now, I still can't sleep through the night. That place, those memories, they follow me. They're stitched into every part of my childhood, like a ghost that never let go. My childhood felt like a long gray fog I was constantly trying to walk through. The nightmares stuck with me for 5 more years. I never saw what I had seen before, not exactly, but the dreams came in brutal waves, sharp, exhausting, and impossible to shake. Nothing helped. My mom tried everything. Doctors ran tests, prescribed vitamins and medications, but my health kept slipping. I'd get a few nights of peace, only for the terror to come back stronger, sometimes haunting me for weeks at a time. That first year, I lost weight fast. I looked pale and felt hollow. During the brief moments of calm, I tried to be a kid. I'd run around in the backyard with my little brother, pretending our toy cars were racing through make-believe cities. I remember laughing sometimes, but even then, a quiet fear always crept at the edges. I was always tired, always distant. Some days I'd just sit in the dirt, staring out at nothing. Nightfall felt like a warning bell. Even the good days ended in dread. Some nights were mercifully quiet. Others hit me like a freight train. The nightmares would twist my mind until I couldn't breathe. I'd scream and run out into the street. The neighbors started calling me the ghost boy, the one who ran wild in the night. It became a local thing, a bit of folklore. But to me, it was just my life. Then one day, a woman named Dona Rosa came to our door. She was this elderly woman from down the block. People whispered she was some kind of spiritual healer. A brood-up, they said. She had this presence about her, like she could see things others couldn't. She spoke mostly Spanish, but my mom understood her well enough. She looked at me for a long time, then quietly told my mom that I was open, too spiritually sensitive. I don't know why, but my mom let her take me in. I lived with Dona Rosa for the next 6 months. Her home was quiet, filled with plants and strange old books. Every day she taught me how to pray. Morning, afternoon, evening, night, over and over. She taught me Our Father and Hail Mary in both English and Spanish. We'd eat warm breakfasts and hearty dinners. She even helped me learn Spanish. And for the first time in years, the nightmares stopped. I didn't wake up screaming. I wasn't scared to fall asleep. I felt safe, normal, even. But then, something shifted. One morning, Donna Rosa woke me up and asked, "Were you walking around last night?" I told her no, I hadn't left the bed. She frowned but didn't say much. The next morning she asked again, "Why are you walking at night?" I insisted I wasn't, and it kept happening. Every morning, the same question. Then one day she came into my room, her face pale. "Come," she said, leading me to the bathroom. Just outside the door, on the floor, was a pile of feces. She stared at me. "Why did you do this?" I froze. I had no words. I hadn't done anything. "It's not me," I whispered. After that, my mom brought me home, and like clockwork, the nightmares returned. Worse than ever. One night, after I'd clawed at the walls in my sleep, my mom broke down and said she couldn't miss any more work. So she sent me to live with my aunt across town. For 2 whole months, I didn't have a single nightmare. I felt normal again. I laughed, I ate, I slept. But when I came home, the peace shattered. 2 days later, the dreams came back, stronger, darker, like they had been waiting for me. When I first came back from Donna Rosa's, things were quiet. I wasn't allowed to go back to school right away, so I stayed home while my brother and sister returned to class. My mom thought the time would help me heal. I spent my days feeding Rosa's cats and folding laundry, and I'd kneel beside her and pray at set hours. But even with the peace, there were nights when the nightmares still clawed their way back. I'd get out of bed, pacing from one end of the house to the other, whispering to myself. I'd run my fingers along the walls like I was trying to ground myself in reality. The next day, I'd withdraw again, sitting by myself in the backyard, rolling toy cars through the dust like it was the only thing I understood. The fear never truly left. It just waited until dark. I remember the day like it was yesterday. My mom and her boyfriend told me we were going for a drive, nothing out of the ordinary. But instead of stopping at the store or the park, they took me across state lines to stay with my Aunt Linda in a small town called Pine Hollow, Oregon. They said it'd be better for me, safer, quieter. My aunt's house was much bigger, with a big wraparound porch and a noisy screen door that never quite shut right. Her family was larger too, cousins in and out, someone always around to keep an eye on me. At first, Aunt Linda was sweet and patient. She made pancakes in the mornings and let me help with dinner. But even she started to get uneasy after about a week. Every night, she'd find me roaming the hallways, muttering in this strange, half-asleep trance. I didn't even remember doing it. One morning at breakfast, she looked me in the eyes and asked, "Are you dreaming, sweetheart, or just plain pretend?" I told her it wasn't pretend, that it felt real. I said I missed home and just wanted to go back. Not long after, my mom came to pick me up. I was so relieved to see her, so happy to be back in our old creaky house in Silver Springs. But the relief didn't last. A week later, she packed my things again, this time sending me to live with my uncle and aunt in Las Vegas, Nevada. At first, the desert heat and noise overwhelmed me, but oddly enough, the nightmares vanished completely while I was there. I felt normal for once. I made friends, rode bikes at sunset, and fell asleep without hearing whispers. It was the late 60s and Vegas felt like a different planet. After about a year, I came back to Silver Springs. I'd barely been home a year when something happened that none of us could ever explain or forget. It was close to midnight when a scream sliced through the quiet like a blade. My sister's voice. I bolted upright in bed. Just as I sat up, I saw something leap onto my mattress, something dark and fast, like a black cat. I felt it hit the floor with a dull thump, then watched in shock as it sprinted toward the window. The screen tore with a loud snap, and the thing vanished into the night. It moved too fast for anything natural, just a blur of motion and gone. My mom's boyfriend burst in with his shotgun and took off out the back door without saying a word. My mom was in the hallway, holding my sister, who was on her knees sobbing so hard she could barely breathe. A few minutes later, 2 loud gunshots echoed down the street. When he came back inside, my mom asked him if he'd seen anything. "No," he said, still catching his breath. But I fired a couple of warning shots, just in case. The police showed up shortly after. We all sat in the living room while my sister tried to explain what she'd felt. It was 5 in the morning, and she looked exhausted, her face pale and wet with tears. She said she'd been asleep when she felt someone, or something, enter the room. At first, she thought it was our mom's boyfriend, but something felt off. He never came through the bedroom. Then she thought she heard panting, like a dog. My brother and I were always dragging home strays, so that wouldn't have been unusual. But this was different. She said the sound got louder, closer. And then she felt it, hands on her legs, rubbing gently, almost like someone trying to wake her. That's when she screamed. After the police left, she told us more. She said the room had filled with heavy breathing, loud enough to drown out her own thoughts. Still half asleep, she reached out, expecting to feel fur. Instead, she saw the shadow of a man leaning over her, not touching her like someone kind, but slowly, methodically, the way someone might stroke a doll. That's what terrified her most, the calmness of it. The cops checked in on us a few times after that, but they never found anything. No signs of forced entry, no footprints, just a ripped screen and a house full of fear. As I got older, the dreams slowed down. By the time I turned 12, I almost forgot what they felt like. But one night, I drifted off with a book open on my chest, only to be jolted awake by my sister. Her hands were shaking. "There's a man in the alley," she whispered. We crept into the kitchen and turned off the lights. I pulled the curtain aside just a sliver and peeked through the glass. There he was, standing in the narrow alley behind our yard, right between our house and the old vacant duplex. He wasn't moving, just standing there in a long trench coat, facing our house like he'd been waiting for us to notice him. My heart started pounding. I ran to my room, pulled the little pistol from under my mattress, one my uncle had given me just in case, and came back to the window. But by the time I looked again, he was gone. Even holding the gun, I couldn't bring myself to step outside. Instead, I lay down on the hardwood floor just outside my sister's room and kept the pistol close. I didn't sleep at all that night. A week later, my mom asked me something strange. She said, "Did you come home late the other night? With a girl, maybe?" I told her no, of course not. She said she'd heard voices in the kitchen, laughing, talking, like a group of teenagers hanging out. I laughed it off, but something about her tone stuck with me. To this day, I wonder who, or what, was laughing in our kitchen that night. For nearly 4 years, I battled an eating disorder in silence. I brushed it off, denied it, tried to pretend I had it under control. But one day, it just hit me. I couldn't keep going like that. I finally picked up the phone and called a national helpline. The woman on the other end was warm and understanding, and she gave me the contact info for a support group that met regularly just outside of Silver Springs, this quiet little town I'd recently moved to. She also gave me the number for the group leader, Clara, in case I had questions. When I called Clara, she explained that the group met every other Thursday at the community center near Pine Hill Road. I admitted that I was nervous, embarrassed even. It was the first time I'd said out loud that something was wrong. But Clara was incredibly kind. She had this calming voice, like someone who truly got it. She offered to meet me for coffee before the actual group so we could talk, and she could help ease my nerves. We agreed to meet the following Wednesday. But then, Tuesday night, Clara sent me a text. Would Friday work instead? That was totally fine with me. I was just grateful she was willing to meet at all. Friday rolled around, and we met at a cozy, dimly lit bar just off Main Street. It was raining outside, cold and misty, and the bar's warm lighting felt comforting. Clara and I talked for nearly 2 hours. She opened up about her own struggles. She was recovering from anorexia, and it felt like I could finally breathe. She understood things I hadn't even been able to explain to my own family. For the first time in a long while, I didn't feel so alone. Afterward, she asked if I could give her a ride home. She said she hadn't brought her bike because of the rain. Of course, I said yes, but when we got near her neighborhood, She insisted I drop her off at the corner of the street rather than right in front of her house. I didn't press her on it. Maybe she just wanted some privacy. The following Thursday, I went to my first support group meeting, feeling more hopeful. But when I walked in, something felt off. A different woman was leading the group, and the whole atmosphere was heavy, sad, quiet. I asked one of the members about Clara, and her eyes immediately welled up with tears. She told me Clara had died. I froze. What? She explained that Clara had been hit by a car while riding her bike. It happened last Tuesday night. But that made no sense. I'd seen her that Friday. We'd sat together, talked, laughed. I'd driven her home. At first, I thought it had to be a mistake. Maybe it was someone else with the same name. But then, strange details started creeping into my mind. Why had she told me she left her bike at home because of the rain, yet arrived completely dry? How did she get to the bar without a bike or a car? She hadn't mentioned an Uber, and the nearest bus stop was nearly a mile away. And why had she looked so uneasy when I offered to drive her to her front door? Still trying to wrap my head around everything, I went back to the bar we met at and asked the bartender if they remembered her. But it had been a busy night, and no one could confirm anything. The only proof I had was her text, still saved on my phone, and something in me told me not to delete it. A week later, I went to Clara's funeral. Her family was there, and during the wake, I met her sister. We hit it off instantly. There was this strange, comforting energy about her. Later, I learned she was Clara's twin. I hesitated, but eventually, I pulled her aside. This is going to sound crazy, I said, but I met Clara after she passed. We got a drink. She talked about helping me with the group. I showed her the text message. She didn't laugh. She didn't look at me like I was insane. Instead, she smiled, then looked down at my phone. That message came from Clara's number, she said softly. And the day you first called her, she told me about you. She said she had a good feeling, said she hoped she could help you. I felt a shiver run through me. That night I cried, but not just out of sadness, also out of gratitude. Clara had reached out to me even after death. Maybe it was a coincidence. Maybe it was something more. I'll never really know. Today, I'm still going to the support group. I'm recovering, slowly but surely. Clara's sister and I still keep in touch, and that text, still saved on my phone. Sometimes I open it up and just stare at the screen, wondering, did Clara know? Did she choose to help me one last time? What do you think happened that night? I had a few vanilla candles burning that night, their sweet scent drifting lazily through my apartment. I was sprawled out on the couch, half watching an old episode of Unsolved Mysteries. The case of Chandra Levy was on. Her photo flashed across the screen with a tip line underneath. It was quiet, peaceful even. Then, just like that, the air turned foul. It was sudden, an overpowering stench, thick and sour, like something decomposing. I sat up, startled. What the hell is that? I muttered out loud. Even Tough, my cat, noticed. He'd been lounging on the back of the couch, dozing, but now his ears perked up. He sniffed the air and let out a sharp meow. That's when I knew it wasn't just in my head. I got up, heart thudding, and started checking each room. My place wasn't big, just a one-bedroom in a quiet complex on the edge of Silver Springs. But no matter where I went, the stench followed. It felt like the entire apartment was soaked in it. And then, as suddenly as it came, it vanished. Gone. Just like that. Relieved but shaken, I returned to the living room. But as I stepped forward, something felt off. The air had thickened. It was like walking through syrup. Heavy, resistant. My limbs felt sluggish, my breath short. And then, I swear, I felt something grab the back of my belt loop. Like a quick tug from a small hand. Just as fast, it let go, and I stumbled forward, catching myself on the edge of the coffee table. Panicking, I grabbed my phone and called my sister. I told her everything in a rush. half expecting her to laugh it off. But she didn't. She's had her own brushes with the strange, just like me. But this was something else. I hoped that would be the end of it. I was wrong. 3 nights later, I came home from my shift at the bookstore. I dropped my keys, kicked off my boots, and headed to the bedroom to check some emails. That's when a new smell hit me. Sour, putrid, like old diapers left in a hot car. It was thick, almost physical, like it had weight. I gagged. I searched the apartment. Trash cans, sink drains, even the laundry. Nothing. No source. Just the smell. And then, like last time, it vanished. I stood in the center of my living room, hands on my hips, and yelled, "All right, ghost, whatever you are, I don't care if you're here. But enough with the stink. I like my vanilla candles." That Friday, things got weirder. I was walking down the hall toward my unit, feeling good about the weekend ahead, when I heard Tough mewing loudly. I was still 3 doors away, and I could hear him like he was right in front of me. That wasn't like him. The second I opened the door, he bolted out like he'd been trapped with a wolf. His eyes were wide, and he ran straight to the hall closet, crouching, staring at it, yelling like something was inside. I froze. My heart started racing. I went into the kitchen, grabbed the biggest knife I owned, and did a full sweep of the place. Every room, every corner. The closet? Empty. But it took Tough nearly an hour to calm down. When he finally padded back inside, I tried to relax, but I couldn't. That feeling stayed. The next morning at 5:30, Tough woke me by pawing at the blinds on the sliding door. That was routine. He liked to go out early, then come back in to eat before doing another lap around the porch. I let him out, waited a few minutes, and sure enough, he scratched to come back in. But this time, instead of going back to the glass door like usual, he walked over to the front door and sat there, staring. Confused, I walked over, thinking maybe there was something outside. But when I bent down to unlock it, I saw something I still can't explain. There, near the bottom hinge of the door, was a black blob, flat, like a puddle of ink, but moving. Inside it were 5, maybe 7 tiny white lights. It glided across my feet and under the door. Gone. I jumped back, gasping. Tough shot down the hallway like a bullet. What the hell was that? I said out loud, even though no one was listening. I opened and closed the door several times, trying to recreate what I'd seen. Nothing. Just the quiet hallway. Shaking, I called my sister again. I think I just saw something. Like an entity. Weeks passed without another incident. I thought maybe it had left me alone. But then I got to talking with an older guy who lived 2 floors down. We were chatting near the mailboxes, and he mentioned he'd lived here back in the 70s, when the complex was still pretty new and mostly single tenants. "Man, the parties we used to have," he said with a laugh. "But hey, did you know? 12 people have died in this building since '75, 11 suicides, 1 murder. This woman, she turned down her neighbor, and he beat her to death with a bat." I just stood there, my blood turning to ice. I hadn't said a word about my experiences, but now everything felt connected. At first, I thought maybe it was my old cat, Abby. I had to put her down the year before in a different unit. But now I wasn't so sure. Was it one of them? One of the ones who never left? Eventually, I moved out, hoping to shake it off and start fresh. I thought leaving that apartment would be the end of it. It wasn't. Whatever it was, it came with me. My new roommates started experiencing things. Smells. Cold spots. Lights flickering. Even Tough still acted strange. So now I wonder, maybe this thing isn't tied to a place. Maybe it's tied to me. All my life, I've carried this quiet, nagging fear that one day I'd see something I couldn't explain, something otherworldly. That fear first took root when I was a kid, after watching an old movie late one night, something about spirits and strange voices in the woods. It left an impression I never quite shook off, and in the winter of 2008, when I was 16, I believe that fear finally came true. It happened on a freezing night in the outskirts of Silver Springs, Oregon, where the trees stand tall and the fog rolls in heavy off the mountains. I had just been at a birthday party for my friend. We'll call him Dylan. He lived way out past town, down a narrow road lined with pine trees and sagging fences, the kind of place where the silence feels thicker than the air. My best friend, Corey, and I had planned to crash at my aunt's house afterward. She lived about a 25-minute walk from Dylan's place, and we'd made the trip before. It felt more like an adventure than a chore. Two teenagers walking through the cold, wrapped in layers, crunching through frost-covered gravel. The plan was simple, but what happened that night still makes me shiver when I think about it. At first, it was fun. The fog had settled low over the fields, and the moonlight made the frost on the ground shimmer. We joked, shoved each other around, and talked about school drama. It was just a quiet country walk through the woods, peaceful in its own eerie way. But about 10 minutes in, I spotted something across the road just beyond a leaning wire fence. A figure, completely still, standing by a cluster of dead oak trees. I didn't say anything at first. I thought maybe it was just someone from a nearby house out for a smoke. But the longer I looked, the less sense it made. Corey kept talking, unaware. I couldn't stop staring. The figure was small, wrapped in what looked like a long shawl or coat. Her head was bowed, hair hanging down in front of her face. As we got closer, I could make out her features. A girl, maybe 16 or 17, pale skin that almost glowed in the moonlight. And then she looked up. Her eyes locked with mine, wide and vacant. I thought I saw her lips part, like she was gasping, but I blinked, and she was gone. Just like that. No rustle of leaves, no movement, just empty space. A cold wave rolled through me. I stopped walking for a second, heart racing. I told Corey what I'd seen, but he just laughed and said I'd watched too many horror movies. I let it go, but not for long. That's when we heard it. A sound cut through the fog ahead, long, high-pitched, and full of sorrow. It wasn't an animal. It wasn't the wind. It was a wail, thin, trembling, and unmistakably human. Like a woman in grief. We froze. My breath caught in my throat. The sound echoed down the road, wrapping around us in the fog. I couldn't tell where it was coming from. It just surrounded us. When it finally faded, we looked at each other in silence. Corey was pale, his smile gone. I could tell he was trying to act like it wasn't a big deal, but I saw the fear in his eyes. I leaned in and whispered, "I told you about the banshee stories, right?" Corey nodded slowly. That wasn't real, right? And then it came again. Closer this time. Louder. Desperate. We didn't need to talk. We just started walking faster. Standing still didn't seem like an option anymore. We came to a fork in the road. One path led deeper into the woods, the other toward my aunt's place. We stopped, catching our breath, when Corey suddenly grabbed my arm tight. "She's here," he whispered. I turned slowly and looked down the other path. My stomach dropped. She was sitting on the edge of a low stone wall, maybe 15 feet away. The same girl. Her hair hung in long waves down her shoulders. In one pale hand, she held a comb and slowly ran it through her hair, over and over. The fog moved around her like it was alive. Her face was expressionless, but her mouth was slightly open, as if trying to speak. She didn't blink. She didn't look at us. She just stared ahead, lost in something we couldn't see. The air grew heavier by the second. Neither of us could move. Then, without thinking, I grabbed Corey's hand and pulled him toward the western path, toward home. We didn't look back. We didn't speak. We just ran. And as we ran, the wail started again, closer than before. It chased us down the road, growing louder with every step. I could feel it behind us, like the sound itself was reaching out to grab our shoulders. When we finally made it to my aunt's house, we burst inside and slammed the door behind us. Locked every window, shut every blind. Even then, we didn't feel safe. We stayed up for hours, whispering, trying to make sense of it. Neither of us really slept that night. A few days later, We heard that a man down the road had passed away the same night we saw her. No known health issues, just gone in his sleep. I've never been able to forget that sound, that long, hollow cry that echoed in the mist. I still hear it sometimes when I'm walking alone at night, just for a second, just behind me. And every time, I wonder if I'm about to see her again. Have you ever heard something that didn't belong? Something you couldn't explain? Hey everyone, I put a lot of effort and heart into creating these videos just for you. If you're enjoying the content, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a quick comment below and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Your support means the world to me, and it keeps me motivated to bring more awesome videos your way. My dad walked out on us when I was just 3 months old. So, for as long as I can remember, it's been just me and my mom trying to make the best of things in our quiet town of Maple Hollow, Oregon. I'm 17 now, and looking back, I can see how hard she worked just to keep us afloat. After my dad vanished, she picked up any job she could, sometimes working 2 or 3 at a time. When she couldn't be around, I'd either stay with my grandma or with our longtime family friends, Ron and Elaine. That's not their real names, of course. I want to protect their privacy. Some of my earliest memories are of Ron. I must have been 3 or 4. He had a gentle way about him, always making the world feel a little less scary. He'd read me bedtime stories in this deep, comforting voice, or play this odd wooden flute-like thing. I later found out it was a Native American flute his friend gave him when he was younger. What sticks in my mind the most, though, was his hat. A wide-brimmed, weathered cowboy hat with a black feather tucked in the band. He wore it everywhere. I remember the scent of red wine on his breath, mixed with cigarette smoke, and how he always hummed this tune. It wasn't a real song, just something he made up. It used to lull me to sleep. Ron passed away when I was 10. He had been sick for a while, and though Elaine was relieved his pain had ended, it didn't make the loss any easier. A few weeks later, their old Labrador, who barely left Ron's side, passed too. I didn't go to the funeral. I couldn't. It just hurt too much. My mom didn't push me. Even now, part of me feels guilty about that. 6 months later, Elaine stopped by our house. She had something wrapped in a cloth, Ron's hat. She told us he had asked her to give it to us, said he wanted it to stay with me. We placed it on the mantel above the fireplace, right next to the old family photos. It stayed there for years. That's when the strange things began. A few months after we brought the hat home, I started waking up at night to the faint sound of Ron's humming. At first, I thought I was dreaming, but then I heard soft footsteps in the hallway. Slow, familiar. And sometimes I'd hear the quiet tap of dog paws, as if his old lab was trailing behind him. It wasn't our dog, Maggie, our old Jack Russell, slept tied to the bedpost in my mom's room to keep her calm. It didn't make sense. And then there was the smell. Every now and then, when I stepped into the living room, I'd get this sudden whiff of wine and tobacco, like Ron had just been there. It always faded before I could really think about it, like it was part of the air for just a second. My mom doesn't drink wine, and she quit smoking long before I was born. The most unforgettable night happened about a year later. I'd just heard the humming again and was trying to fall back asleep, like I usually did. I kept my eyes closed, half asleep, half aware. Then I heard his voice, clear and warm, like he was sitting right next to me. He said, "You're gonna grow up to be a strong young woman. I'm proud of you. You're gonna be just fine." I opened my eyes, and he was there, sitting on the edge of my bed. His outline glowed faintly in the dark, and he looked at me with this soft smile that I'll never forget. It wasn't scary. It felt peaceful. He just watched me for a little while. Then slowly he faded away. Since that night, I've felt him around. Every time something good happens, a college acceptance letter, a tough test I pass, or even just a small moment of joy, I wake up to that familiar humming. It's like his way of saying, "I saw that. I'm still here." Ron might be gone from this world, but in some strange, beautiful way, he's never really left. He was the closest thing I had to a dad, and his presence still gives me comfort. I like to think he stuck around because he knew I needed someone who believed in me, and I'll always be grateful for that. What do you think? Can the ones we love really stay behind to guide us? Or are they just memories that grow louder in the quiet hours of the night? "12 weeks ago, I flew out to Pine Lake, Oregon, to spend time with my older brother and his family. He and his wife were heading to a conference in Utah for work, and they asked if I could stay with their kids for a couple of weeks. My niece, Lily, who's 3, and my nephew, Connor, who just turns 7. I didn't mind helping out. Life had been pretty quiet lately, and I thought a change of scenery might do me some good. Plus, I've always been a skeptic when it comes to ghosts and the paranormal. I figured it'd just be a relaxing trip, filled with school drop-offs, cartoons, and maybe a few late-night snacks. For the first 2 weeks, everything was smooth. I settled into a routine: make breakfast, get the kids to school, clean up around the house, and then catch up on some reading or TV before picking them up again. Nights were simple: dinner, bedtime stories, and lights out. But right around the start of that 3rd week, little things started happening. Stuff I couldn't just brush off anymore. One night, I was heading to the kitchen for a glass of water when I noticed Connor's bedroom light was on. I figured maybe he'd gotten up to use the bathroom, but when I checked, he was sound asleep. So was Lily. The light had definitely been off earlier when I tucked them in, but I didn't think much of it. Kids sometimes get up, turn on a light, and forget to turn it back off. No big deal. But it didn't stop there. Over the next few nights, I heard what sounded like the refrigerator door opening and closing in the middle of the night. I even heard soft footsteps across the kitchen tile. When I got up to check, there was no one there. The hallway lights began flickering randomly. I still tried to play it off. Maybe a loose wire, maybe just my imagination. I wasn't ready to admit something might actually be wrong. Then Lily woke up screaming one night. She ran into my room crying, completely shaken. Her little voice trembled as she begged to stay with me. I didn't hesitate. She curled up beside me, and I tried to calm her down. But even then, I could feel something was off. The air in the room felt cold, too cold for a mild spring night. I lay awake long after Lily had drifted off, staring into the dark corners of the room. My sister-in-law, Amanda, had mentioned once, offhandedly, that weird things happened in the house sometimes. Her side of the family had always passed down little stories, local superstitions, things like that. I didn't give them much weight at the time, but now I started thinking back on her stories with a bit more curiosity. During the day when the kids were at school, I'd sometimes catch movement out of the corner of my eye. At first, I thought maybe it was a shadow from a passing car or something. But it kept happening. This flash of movement, always small and quick. It looked like a child running from Connor's bedroom down the hallway toward the front door. The first few times I questioned if my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But then it became so consistent, I couldn't write it off anymore. The night my brother and Amanda came home, I moved from the guest room to the living room couch. That first night, something changed. It was just after 3 a.m. when I woke up to a strange pressure in the air. That's when I saw her again, the little girl, darting from Connor's room into Lily's. But she wasn't alone anymore. A toddler, maybe around 2 years old, was climbing up onto the armrest of the couch near my feet. Behind him stood a woman, her expression distant, almost sorrowful. She didn't move, just stood there watching him. But it was the man that made my skin crawl. He looked angry, his jaw clenched, his stare fixed right on me. His presence felt heavy, like the kind of weight that makes your chest tighten. I whispered, "What do you want?" just to see if he'd respond. He turned sharply, looked straight at me, and started walking forward. I couldn't move, but he stopped a few feet away, locked eyes with me, and then turned away. It was like they wanted me to know they were there. A few days later, I was sitting with Amanda in the living room, telling her about what I'd seen. She didn't seem surprised. Then, in the middle of our conversation, we both felt something icy cold brush against our hands. like frost against our skin. I looked over, and Amanda's face had gone pale. "She's here," she whispered. "The little girl." She explained that the spirit of the girl had always seemed shy around her husband, often hiding when he entered the room. That same day, I learned that Amanda's younger sister had once seen an old woman in the house, standing silently at the top of the stairs. I never saw the older woman myself, only the same three: the girl, the toddler, and the man. I used to think all those ghost videos online were fake, tricks of the camera, or just good editing. I laughed at horror movies and rolled my eyes at people who claimed to have felt something. But after those weeks in Pine Lake, I can't laugh anymore. I still don't know who those spirits were or why they lingered there, but they were real, and I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, even in an empty room. What do you think they wanted? Have you ever felt something that didn't quite belong? Before I dive in, just know, I've spent a long time thinking about what I'm about to share. I've questioned myself over and over, tried to find any rational explanation, but in the end, I came up empty. So here it is, my story. It started about a year ago when I was 11. My parents are divorced, and like a lot of kids in my shoes, I spent every other weekend at my dad's place. He lived in a quiet little town called Pine Lake, in a 2-story house that had this one room I was supposed to sleep in. I hated that room. The second I stepped through the door, something felt off. Not just spooky, but heavy. Like the air thickened around me. It was more than just a kid being afraid of the dark. It felt wrong. I always got this intense sensation that someone was watching me. And not just anyone, a man. I know at that age, it's easy to chalk it up to an overactive imagination. Kids get scared, but this was different. Even when my dad sat in there with me, the feeling didn't go away. I felt exposed, uneasy, like I was never alone, even when I was. Getting ready for bed felt like a nightmare. I'd rush through it, feeling eyes on me the whole time. My dad didn't believe me. He thought I was just having trouble adjusting, maybe nervous about the divorce or scared of being in a new place. But then something happened that he couldn't explain away. One weekend, he decided to sleep in that room himself, just to prove a point, I think. But the next morning, he was quiet. Later that day, he admitted something had happened. In the middle of the night, he said he felt the bed lift, not shake, not creak, lift, and he couldn't move, completely frozen. He said he'd never felt fear like that before. I remember thinking, finally, he felt what I'd been feeling all along. For a while, things calmed down. No flying objects, no weird shadows. But the dread never really left. So I did something I hadn't before. I tried talking to it, telling it to leave. I'd say, "Get out. You're not welcome," even shouted at it a few times when the fear got overwhelming. And surprisingly, it worked. That heavy pressure lifted. The room felt lighter. I could actually breathe. But it didn't leave the house. It just moved. The study, right next to my bedroom, started feeling just as bad as my room used to. Cold air, a heavy silence, and that same awful feeling that someone was there watching. Then came the night everything changed. We had just come back from a long road trip. It was nearly midnight when we pulled into the driveway, and I was exhausted. I went straight up to bed, but as soon as I stepped into the room, it hit me. That horrible, smothering presence was back. Stronger than before. I didn't even have the energy to panic. I just climbed into bed and stared at the ceiling, every nerve in my body on edge. I couldn't sleep. Every creak of the house sounded louder. The air felt colder. I remembered something my mom had taught me. Well, more accurately, something her friend had shown me. She has this friend who's kind of sensitive to energy. She claims to see spirits, and she taught me this visualization trick. Close your eyes. Picture a white light around you. Focus. Just breathe and feel. So that night, desperate to understand what was going on, I did it. And when I opened my eyes, there he was. A man, standing in the doorway. I hadn't seen him before I closed my eyes. He wasn't there, but now he was just there like he'd always been. Not moving, just watching. My body locked up. I couldn't scream, couldn't blink. I don't even know if I breathed. That was the moment I stopped doubting myself. But it didn't end there. On my desk, across the room, I kept some pencils in a small cup, neatly arranged, far from my bed. As I lay frozen, I heard something soft, breathing, coming from that direction. Then, suddenly, pencils flew from the desk and landed on my bed. Not dropped, thrown. That room had always felt wrong, but this crossed a line. I had lived with that feeling for nearly 2 years, but that night was the last straw. I refused to sleep there again. Thankfully, my family didn't fight me on it. Not long after, we packed up and moved. I never looked back. Whatever was in that house, it wasn't just creepy. It was angry, heavy, malicious, and I hope wherever it is now, it stays far, far away. But sometimes, just sometimes, I still feel it. Watching, waiting. What do you think it was, and have you ever felt something like that before? My name's Emily, and I'm 13 years old. I believe in ghosts, no question about it. I've had too many weird experiences to think otherwise, especially in my bedroom. I live in Pine Lake, Oregon, in a small house built sometime in the late 1950s. It's peaceful most of the time, but sometimes it feels like something's watching me. It started small, footsteps when nobody else was home, doors slowly creaking open or slamming shut for no reason. At first, I chalked it up to an old house settling. I really tried to ignore it, telling myself that it was just in my head. But last summer changed everything. It was around 2 in the morning and I couldn't sleep. I was sitting on my bed with my laptop, earbuds in, just scrolling through videos. The house was dead quiet until I heard 2 kids giggling in the hallway. Soft, playful laughter. Then I heard a man whistling a tune I didn't recognize. I froze. I remembered hearing somewhere that spirits feed off fear, so I tried to stay calm. But it was hard, really hard. The kids' laughter got louder, turning into fast little footsteps running up and down the hallway. Doors were slamming. It sounded like someone was playing tag in a house full of invisible people. Then my bedroom door creaked open slowly. I looked up, expecting to see someone, but there was no one there. Just the door, open a few inches, as if something had been watching me. My heart was pounding, and all I could do was sit still and wait for it to stop. After that night, things were quiet again, for a while, but I never stopped feeling like something was there with me. Lately, though, it's been getting worse. Things I care about keep going missing. Not just random stuff, things I have an emotional connection to. A silver locket my grandma gave me. A small dream catcher I've had since I was little. One day they're there. The next, they're gone. We lost the spare car key the same way. It's never turned up, not even once. It's like the house just swallows things. And then there's the smell. About 2 months ago, my room started giving off this awful odor. It's hard to explain, like sweat, sulfur, and something dead. It hits you out of nowhere. We've cleaned everything, checked the vents, even had a plumber come out, but nothing helped. And every time the smell hits, I swear the air gets heavier, like I'm breathing through wet cloth. Sometimes I hear my name being whispered when no one's home. Sometimes I walk into my room and hear a low growl, deep and short, like it's coming from inside the walls. The temperature's been weird too. One moment freezing cold, the next it feels like the air is burning. But the worst part? The printer. It's an old wireless printer that sits on my desk. Lately, it's been turning on by itself in the middle of the night. Always around 3 a.m. At first, I figured it was just a glitch, so I unplugged it. But that didn't stop it. Even unplugged, it clicks on and starts printing blank pages, just a single sheet at a time. And every time it happens, my dog freaks out. He throws up, starts pacing like he's terrified. And then, when the printer stops, he's perfectly fine, tail wagging, like nothing happened. I don't know how to explain any of this. I just know that whatever is in my room, it doesn't want to leave. And night after night, I feel it getting stronger. In March of 2008, my husband and I bought what we thought was our dream home. It was a modest 3-bedroom ranch on the edge of a small town called Pine Lake, tucked between thick woods and winding rural roads. Built in the late 1940s, it had recently been updated. Fresh paint, new appliances, clean floors. At just $70,000, it felt like we were stepping into the next chapter of our lives. But looking back, I think we should have asked more questions. Sometimes the real cost of a house isn't in the listing price. It's in what's already living there. At the time, it was just my husband, our 11-year-old daughter, and me. My nephew and his girlfriend also stayed with us for the first year while they got back on their feet. I've dealt with the paranormal before, little things like doors closing on their own, flickering lights, cold spots, but nothing that ever made me feel truly unsafe. So when small things started happening, I didn't think much of it. The first sign was subtle. On move-in day, I left a brand new tub of Vaseline in a box right outside the bathroom. Later that night, it vanished. I figured it got misplaced in the shuffle of unpacking. But about a week later, I found it, tucked away at the bottom of a shoebox we hadn't touched since dragging it up from the basement. That was weird, sure, but I brushed it off. For the first 3 months, the house felt quiet. Still, I sometimes sensed an older woman's presence in the kitchen, as if someone had spent decades cooking there and a piece of her never left. But after those 3 months, something changed. Like a switch flipped. From then on, it came in waves. 3 months of peace, followed by 1 full month of chaos. Like clockwork. The first real incident happened after my sister-in-law and her kids spent the week with us. One night, I was sitting at the dining room table, checking emails, while my nephew laughed at something on TV in the living room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a little girl standing near the couch. She wore a long white nightgown and stared quietly at the screen. Thinking it was my niece, I asked why she wasn't in bed. My nephew looked at me confused. "They left this morning," he said. When I turned back, she was gone. From there, it spiraled fast. My nephew and his girlfriend started complaining about seeing shadow figures at night, dark shapes that moved along the walls, whispering just out of earshot. They said voices came from the laundry room, which shared a wall with their bedroom. Our daughter told us her toys would shift on their own, and worse, that a little girl with pitch-black eyes would hang upside down from the top bunk, asking her to play. I started waking in the middle of the night to find the girl at the foot of our bed, just standing there, watching. Doors rattled as if someone was trying to break in. Shadowy figures would dart down the hallway, then vanish before you could turn the lights on. And then, just like before, it would all stop. 3 months of silence. But each cycle grew darker, more intense. My husband, who never believed in the supernatural, once saw a tall shadow moving inside the laundry room. He grabbed his shotgun and ran in, thinking someone had broken in. The door was locked. No one was there. Our daughter was terrified. She stopped sleeping in her room completely. She said the girl would stand in her doorway and sometimes just sit and watch her through the shower curtain. For almost 2 years, she lived on the couch in the living room, too scared to even walk past her own bedroom door. Even our Chihuahua started reacting. He'd bark at empty corners, sometimes growling with his fur bristled up. One night, right in front of us, he was thrown across the room, hard. There was no one there to have done it. The entire house felt aware, like it was watching us, listening. But the little girl, that spirit, was the worst. She was no lost soul. She was malicious. Over time, she started leaving marks. Our daughter would wake up with bruises and scratches on her arms and legs. She said the girl would crouch beside her at night, breathing on her face while she slept. I tried everything: prayers, cleansing rituals, smudging with sage. I even had a local pastor come in. Nothing helped. Eventually, the strain caught up with us. By early 2010, we were in serious financial trouble. The house went into foreclosure. And strangely, I didn't cry. I didn't mourn it. I felt relief. Like we were finally escaping something that had sunk its claws into us. The house has sat empty for almost 2 years after that before it finally sold. I still drive past it sometimes, and I always wonder, Do the new owners hear her too? Do they see the shadows in the corners? But mostly, I just feel grateful. Because for the first time in years, I can finally sleep without wondering if someone, or something, is standing at the foot of my bed. What do you think was really living in that house? Let me tell you about something that happened when I was just a little kid, something I still think about even now. I was born in the States but spent the early part of my childhood in a quiet, forested town in the Pacific Northwest called Pine Hollow. When I was about 6, we moved to Ohio, but it's that old house in Pine Hollow I remember most vividly. It sat right on the edge of a dense forest, surrounded by misty hills and tall, swaying pines. The house itself was this creaky, oversized Victorian, wooden floors that groaned at night, drafty windows that whistled with the wind, and a giant stone fireplace in the living room that always smelled like burnt oak. One night, when I was 2 or 3, my parents went out to a friend's anniversary party and left me with a babysitter. They didn't get back until after midnight. When they walked in, they found me wide awake, sitting on the babysitter's lap in front of the fireplace, wrapped in a blanket. My mom asked why I wasn't in bed, and the babysitter hesitated for a second before explaining that she'd heard me screaming from upstairs. When she got to my room, I was in total hysterics, pointing at the foot of the bed and crying uncontrollably. She said she didn't see anything, but I just wouldn't stop screaming, so she brought me downstairs to calm me down. The next morning, my mom gently asked me what had scared me so badly. I told her there was a lady standing by my bed. Trying to make me feel better, she said, "She was a nice lady though, right?" But I shook my head and said, "No, she was nasty." Then she asked what the lady looked like. And I told her. She looked dead. My mom told me later that her blood ran cold in that moment. I was barely 3 years old. I didn't even know what death was, let alone how to describe it like that. The word dead had never come out of my mouth before. She knew something wasn't right. From that point on, I refused to go back into my room. I wouldn't even walk past the doorway, and weird things had already been happening around the house. Lights flickering, strange cold spots, shadows moving when no one was there. One day, my dad had a coworker over, a doctor he'd known for years. They were chatting in the living room when the old cupboard door creaked open all on its own. The doctor, half joking but clearly unsettled, said, "Okay, someone shut that door." And right then, it slowly creaked shut again, on its own. My dad said the room went dead silent. They just stared at each other for a long second, neither of them knowing what to say. My mom, still worried about me, decided to reach out to a local medium named June Whittaker, an older woman who had a reputation for being the real deal in our town. June came to the house one afternoon and spent over an hour walking through every room in complete silence. Then she turned to my mom and said, "This place has company." She explained that there were 2 spirits lingering in the house. One, she said, was a friendly old man who liked to play tricks, probably the one responsible for the cupboard stunt. But the other was different. It was the spirit of a woman full of grief and sorrow, not evil exactly, but heavy, tired, and very much attached to the house. June believed that's who I saw that night, and maybe, to a little kid like me, that sadness felt scary enough to call her nasty. Even after we moved, I couldn't sleep alone. For years, I made my parents sit with me until I passed out, and even now, as an adult, I still think about that night, that house, that woman. Sometimes I wonder if she's still there, waiting in that quiet room at the top of the stairs. Have you ever seen something like that as a kid? Something you still can't quite explain? Before all of this, I was the kind of person who scoffed at ghost stories. The idea of spirits, hauntings, or anything paranormal just didn't sit with me. I was logical, grounded in reason. I needed hard evidence before believing in anything, until something happened that shattered every assumption I ever held. To understand it, let me start with the layout of my old bedroom. I lived in a small house just outside of Pine Lake, Minnesota. It was a quiet neighborhood, the kind where the sound of crickets and the occasional train were the only nighttime interruptions. My bed was pushed up against the wall, right next to the door. Across from it hung a tall, vintage mirror I'd inherited from my grandmother. From where I lay at night, I could see the reflection of my bedroom door perfectly. It was April 13th, 2011. Just after 11 p.m. I had just turned 18 and was finishing up a college paper. I was about to switch off the desk lamp when I heard footsteps downstairs. My mom walks heavy-footed, always has. I recognized the sound instantly and didn't think much of it. But then, I heard a second set of footsteps, lighter, slower. They moved up the stairs, one step at a time, until they stopped right outside my door. These weren't my mother's. My heart thudded in my chest. I turned my head toward the mirror, breath held, and that's when I saw her. A girl, no older than me, stood in the mirror, staring straight at me. Her skin was pale, almost waxy. Her dark brown hair fell just to her shoulders, and her eyes, they were locked onto mine, unreadable. She didn't blink. She didn't move. Just stood there with this cold, stern look on her face. I blinked, hoping the image would vanish. It didn't. Panic took over. I clamped my hands over my eyes, curled into myself, and stayed that way for what felt like forever. But as my mind raced, something clicked. I'd seen her before. It took a moment to place it, but suddenly the memory rushed back, clear as day. I was about 6 years old. We lived back in Ashfield then, about 30 miles east of Pine Lake. That night, I had woken up to a faint clatter coming from the kitchen. Curious and fearless, as only a kid can be, I got up to check it out. When I stepped into the kitchen, everything looked normal, except for one thing. A glass bottle of milk sat in the middle of the dining table, cap off. Then I heard a giggle behind me, soft, childlike. I turned around, and there she was, a girl, maybe my age, standing barefoot on the linoleum floor. She looked almost identical to the woman I'd later see in the mirror. She smiled, raised her hand, and pointed at the milk bottle. I was hesitant, but at that age I was more curious than cautious. I picked up the bottle and took a sip. Seconds later, I dropped it. Pain surged through me. I doubled over, vomiting uncontrollably. The girl disappeared like smoke in the wind. I screamed, and my parents came running. They rushed me to the ER. Turns out, the bottle didn't contain milk. It was filled with white paint and some kind of thinner, turpentine, I think. It could have killed me. But here's the thing. The doctors found something else. During the emergency treatment, they discovered the early signs of stomach cancer. It was so early, they said, it might have gone undetected for years. But because of the poisoning, they caught it in time, and I fully recovered. I never really thought about the girl again. I remembered the bottle, the hospital, the pain, but not her. Until that night in 2011. For days after seeing her in the mirror, I was on edge. Every creak in the house made me jump. I didn't sleep well, always half expecting to see her again. Then the following Tuesday, something happened. I was heading out for my morning bus to campus. As I turned to grab my bag, I stopped dead in my tracks. She was standing in my doorway. This time, her expression had changed. It was angrier. There was a kind of urgency in her eyes. I felt paralyzed, like something heavy was pressing down on my chest. My eyes welled up, but I couldn't move. And then, something changed. Her expression softened. She gave me a faint, almost reassuring smile. Then she turned and walked away. I stood there in stunned silence, completely shaken. I missed the bus that day, just couldn't pull myself together fast enough. That afternoon, my phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Texts, calls, news alerts. The bus I was supposed to be on had veered off the road near Deer Hollow Pass. It crashed into a ravine. 15 passengers on board. 5 didn't make it. I sat there, my hands trembling, the color draining from my face. That girl, whoever she is, saved my life. Not once, but twice. I've taken to calling her Sophie. It just feels right. She's never said a word, never reached out, but her presence, it's real. I don't know why she watches over me. I don't know what connects us. But I know I'm here because of her. And every time I pass by that mirror, I can't help but wonder, will she come back? Have you ever felt like someone, something, was trying to protect you from the shadows? This happened when I was a kid, back when we lived in a quiet little town called Pine Hollow. Our house sat at the edge of town, surrounded by wide fields and tall, whispering trees. We didn't have many neighbors, just a few folks down the road who'd bring over casseroles or wave as they drove by. The house itself was small, almost like a starter home someone had forgotten to finish. My brother and I had to share a room for most of our childhood. Honestly, I didn't mind. When you're little and the night feels too big, having someone close by is a comfort. My bed was up against the wall beneath a drafty old window, and from there, I had a perfect view of the doorway. My brother's bed was on the opposite side of the room, right next to the door. The space between us was barely wide enough to pace in. If one of us reached out, we could touch the other's hand without even sitting up. Just across the stairwell was our parents' room. It didn't even have a real door, just some wooden railings my dad put up as a kind of guardrail to keep us from tumbling down the stairs when we played in their room. The whole place had a sort of thrown-together charm to it, like every piece had a story, even if none of them quite fit. I can't remember the first night exactly. All I know is I started waking up around the same time every night, somewhere between 2 and 3 in the morning, with this strange feeling, like someone was watching me. At first, I chalked it up to a bad dream. I'd rub my eyes, blink into the dark, and look over at my brother. He'd be sound asleep, his shape barely visible under the blankets. But the feeling wouldn't go away, and then I'd look toward the doorway. There, standing just inside the frame, was the silhouette of a tall man. Broad shoulders, a wide-brimmed hat that cast a heavy shadow over where his eyes should have been. Sometimes I could make out the ghost of a beard. No real details, just the outline. He stood there with his arms crossed like he belonged there, like he was on some kind of quiet patrol. And here's the thing, he didn't scare me. I never once felt threatened by him. There was something peaceful about the way he stood, like he was making sure we were okay before heading on his way. I remember yawning and mumbling something like, "Night, Dad," before rolling over and drifting back to sleep. The next morning over cereal, I asked my dad if he'd come to check on us during the night. He looked surprised and said no. He hadn't been called out for work and had slept the whole night through. I told him what I saw, expecting him to say he'd just forgotten. But instead, he laughed it off, saying I must have been dreaming. I shrugged and let it go. But a few nights later, the figure was there again. Same posture, same hat, same calm presence. Sometimes it was just a glance, me waking up for a second and spotting him, then falling right back to sleep. Other times I'd sit up and watch him for what felt like minutes. He never moved, never spoke, just stood there. This went on for years. Sometimes I wouldn't see him for a while, and I'd think maybe he was gone. Then he'd be back, right there in the doorway like he'd never left. It wasn't until college that I told someone the full story. A close friend and I were swapping weird childhood experiences, and I brought it up like it was nothing. She got quiet for a moment, then said something that stopped me cold. "I think that was your grandfather." I hadn't told her anything about him. I hadn't mentioned that he'd passed away before I was born, or that there was this old photo of him in a flannel shirt and a wide-brimmed hat sitting on our hallway shelf. But the moment she said it, something clicked deep inside me. I think it was him, watching over us, protecting us, just being there in the quiet moments when we didn't even know we needed him. I never got to know him in life, but in those still, shadowy hours, I think he gave me something even more powerful. His presence, his love, his protection. Grandpa, if that was you, thank you. Thank you for the peace you brought. I wish I could have met you properly, but maybe, in a way, I did. Have you ever felt something like that? Like someone from the past is still with you, watching over you when the world is quiet? Sorry to interrupt, If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Before I get into it, let me just say, I've lived in this house my whole life. Tucked into the edge of Pine Hollow, a small town in upstate New York, it sits halfway up a wooded hill, surrounded by thick trees and silent neighbors who rarely leave their homes after dark. On one side, there's an old, boarded-up firehouse that's been abandoned ever since the county pulled the funding 3 years ago. On the other side, there's an overgrown patch of weeds and an ancient tractor that's rusted solid in place. Folks around here say it hasn't moved in nearly 70 years. It's the kind of place people flock to for Halloween and scary movie marathons. When I was 10, I even started inviting my friends over for haunted nights. They loved it. They still do. But they've also never been shy about how creepy they think my house is. The garage gives them the chills, and everyone agrees that the hallway gets strangely silent at night. Too silent, like the air itself is holding its breath. There are constant little disturbances, pipes that rattle when no one's using the water, sudden gusts of cold wind slamming doors shut, lights that flicker for no good reason. But the one thing that's always made me question my own sanity is the figure. Since I was 5 years old, I've seen it. Not clearly, just a shape, a tall, shadowy figure, always in the corner of my eye. I used to tell myself it was nothing, maybe my imagination or tricks of light filtering through the trees, but I've never been able to completely shake the feeling that something, or someone, is watching me. Still, I didn't take it seriously, not until last Halloween. That night, a group of friends came over. We were all in a goofy mood, playing a version of hide and scare around the property. Harmless fun, creeping through dark hallways and jumping out at each other in the dark. The kind of thing that gets your heart going but usually ends in laughter. Then my friend Casey texted. She was driving up to join us. So we paused the game and walked out front to wait. We were standing near the mailbox, talking and laughing when something made me turn my head. Across the street, backlit by the dull orange security light that still flickered over the abandoned firehouse, was a figure. It wasn't moving. It just stood there, still as stone, just beyond the edge of the driveway. I elbowed my friend Max and nodded toward it. He saw it too. So did the others. Just as I opened my mouth to say something, just to break the tension, Casey's car turned the corner. Her headlights swept across the driveway and the edge of the street, and the figure vanished. Casey parked and climbed out. When we asked if she saw anyone standing near the firehouse, she gave us a weird look. There was no one there, she said, not even a raccoon. We tried to laugh it off. Maybe it had been a weird shadow or some kid playing a prank. We went back inside and kept the game going. Later that night, I was sneaking around the far side of the house, trying to catch Max off guard. There's a narrow gap between the old dog pen and the sloped hill behind the backyard. I was halfway through, crouched low, when I felt something behind me. 2 hands, cold and rough, landed on my shoulders. One of them tugged gently at my hair. I thought it was Max. I even laughed. But when I turned, heart pounding, I saw him, along with the rest of the group, on the back deck, bathed in the pale glow of the porch light. No one was near me. That's when I heard it. A voice, low, gurgling, like someone speaking underwater, right behind me. The words weren't clear, but I swear it said, "Found you." I screamed. I didn't even think. I just ran. Max swung his flashlight toward the hillside. When I turned back, there was nothing there, not even a footprint in the dirt. We all went inside after that. The game was over. Nobody wanted to be alone. Nobody said much, but everyone had the same look on their face, like something had shifted. Later, I started digging into the history of the house. It turns out the last owner was a retired sheriff's deputy. He died in prison after being convicted of abusing his daughter. The same daughter who, according to court records, vanished without a trace. Her body was never found. I don't know what's really going on here. I just know that whatever I felt that night wasn't a prank. It wasn't a shadow or a cold breeze. It was real. And sometimes when I'm lying in bed and the pipes go quiet, I think I still feel those hands, waiting, watching. Before I dive in, I should mention, this isn't my first time writing in about something like this. I've shared my stories before, usually right after something strange happens. And oddly enough, every time I do, things seem to calm down for a little while. But it never lasts. Last month in June, my parents took a trip to upstate New York, just a quiet getaway. Whenever they're gone, it's kind of tradition for either me or my sister to sleep in their room with our dog, Cooper. He's a small, anxious little mutt who hates being alone at night. That particular night, it was my turn. I couldn't sleep. The house was too still, and even Cooper seemed more restless than usual. I reached for my phone on the nightstand to check the time. But the second I opened my eyes, I froze. The entire room shimmered with soft, glowing orbs, swirls of yellow, green, and pale blue light drifting silently through the air. They moved in slow, hypnotic patterns, like fireflies caught in some invisible current. I just laid there, blinking, unsure if I was awake or dreaming. And then, just like that, it was over. My first thought was headlights. Maybe someone drove by and the lights hit the window just right. But the window was cracked open, and I hadn't heard a single car. I got up, looked out onto the street. Nothing. The road was quiet and empty. I tried to brush it off. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was just some weird reflection. I went about my week like normal. But once my parents got back, things started to shift. A few nights later, I got home from my friend Riley's place around 11. My sister, Emily, was waiting in the living room, looking pale and rattled. She told me she'd had a strange experience the night before, something that had really shaken her. I poured her some water and sat her down. She said she'd woken up around 3:30 in the morning, lying face down in bed. At first, she thought nothing of it, until she realized there was a heavy pressure on her back, like someone was sitting on her. It took her nearly 10 minutes to muster the nerve to turn over. But just before she did, she heard it. A whisper right in her ear. Just one word, boo. Her first thought was me. We've pulled harmless pranks on each other for years. Jump scares, hiding behind doors, the usual sibling nonsense. But when she rolled over, the room was empty. Uneasy, she pulled the covers up and tried to sleep. That's when she heard it again. Plink, plink, plink. The distinct sound of a penny hitting the floor, over and over. She doesn't even keep coins in her room. She checked the hallway. Nothing. No footsteps, no dropped change, nothing out of place. And still, she felt it. Someone hovering just beyond the doorway, stepping into her room without making a sound. She was convinced it was me, or maybe our mom, but no one was there. When she finished her story, our mom walked in and quietly admitted she's heard things too. Sometimes footsteps at night. Other times, someone calling Mom down the hall. She always thought it was one of us. She's even come into our rooms more than once, only to find us sound asleep, confused about why she was checking in. That's when I told them. I've heard my name being called too. I've stepped into the hallway thinking someone needed me, only to find nothing but silence. Whatever's been with us, it feels like it's waking up again. The activity had gone quiet for nearly a year, and now, without warning, it's back. I know this is long, but something tells me it's important to get it down, to acknowledge it. And if more happens, and I have a feeling it will, you can bet I'll be writing again. What do you think's going on in this house? Before we begin, just take a deep breath. This is one of those stories that creeps in slowly, like fog on an early morning highway. I can't recall exactly when this happened, but ever since my first real encounter, I've refused to sleep on the top bunk of any bed, always the bottom. That's where I felt safest. I turned it into a fortress, lined up every stuffed animal I had like soldiers, packed every gap near the wall with pillows, and wrapped myself up in my blanket like a cocoon. I wasn't going to give anything a chance to crawl out from underneath and look me in the eye. Back then, I shared a room with my brother in our quiet home in Silver Springs, Oregon. The kind of town where the biggest excitement was a football game on Friday night. Our old box TV had this weird habit of turning on by itself every single night. Same time, same eerie blue screen. My brother and I thought it was some timer, but neither of us knew how to shut it off. It was just one of those things we accepted. Every morning, we'd wake up to that glowing screen, humming softly. Like most strange stories, this one started in the middle of the night. The sharp click of the TV turning on pulled me out of sleep. This time, I promised myself I'd remember everything, because I was awake. I knew it. The classical music I'd left playing from an old CD player still filled the room, soft and echoey, blending with the low hum of static from the TV. That pale blue light lit up the walls, casting weird shadows in every corner. The stuffed animals that usually brought me comfort. In that light, they looked human. Their button eyes glinted like they were watching me. Their shapes twisted, slightly out of place. It was like my imagination had been turned up too high. Then I saw her. On the yellow wall just beside my bed, the shadow started to move. It didn't creep or crawl. It danced. The figure was delicate, graceful. She looked like she was wearing an old-fashioned dress, maybe something from the 1800s, with a wide bonnet. But I couldn't see her body, just her shadow, twirling slowly across the wall like she was performing for someone. I was frozen, not paralyzed by sleep, just terrified. I couldn't turn around. I didn't want to find out if she was really standing behind me. What if she had climbed up onto the bed? What if she was inches away from my neck? Time slowed. I lay there, stiff under the covers, watching her spin to the rhythm of the music. The stuffed animals, now transformed into silent spectators, loomed in the corners of my eyes. It felt like I'd slipped into some other version of reality, one stitched together from memory, fear, and dreams. But the longer I watched her, the more I realized something. She wasn't trying to hurt me. She wasn't even looking at me. Her movements were slow and fluid, almost peaceful. She wasn't menacing, just there. It felt like watching someone lost in their own world, someone who didn't even know I existed. A strange calm washed over me. I wanted to move. I wanted to turn and see her clearly, but I couldn't. My body felt too heavy, like I was buried in wet sand. So I just kept watching, my breath shallow, and then the atmosphere started to shift. The calm gave way to something else. Not fear exactly, more like unease. My arms and legs were numb from lying still, and the air in the room felt thicker, like the pressure was changing. The shadows started to feel less like shadows and more like something living, something waiting. Panic rose again. I called out for my dad. The figure didn't stop dancing, but the entire room seemed to shiver, like the walls exhaled all at once. And in that moment, I finally forced myself to sit up. She vanished. The shadow dissolved into nothing, like smoke. The spot on the wall where she danced was just a wall. There, hanging from one of the wooden planks of my bunk bed, was a god's eye, a little craft my best friend had made me. I'd completely forgotten it was even there. The blue light from the TV still hummed, and the stuffed animals no longer looked like spectators, just toys again. I pulled off the covers and stepped onto the cold wooden floor. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" my dad asked, coming into the room. I didn't answer. I just shook my head and looked back at the wall. He let me sleep in their bed that night. As we left the room, I glanced back one last time. One of my bigger stuffed animals still looked, almost human. Its stitched smile seemed colder than usual, but as I blinked, it melted back into the harmless shape I'd always known. What do you think I saw that night? Have you ever had something follow you into your dreams? This one's different. It's a ghost story, yes, but not the kind that keeps you up at night. If anything, it might leave you smiling, maybe even feeling a little less alone. I know not everyone will believe it, and that's okay. But for those who've ever felt something extra in the air, I think this will make sense. About a year ago, my husband and I moved into a rental cabin tucked deep in the Blue Ridge Mountains of North Carolina. It was a last-minute decision. Life had thrown us some curveballs, and we thought the quiet might help us reset. Financially, it didn't work out long-term, and we had to move on. But that little mountain cabin, I still dream about it. It had this kind of quiet magic. Rustic wood beams, a wraparound porch, and a view that made everything else fade away. But what made it truly special was something we couldn't see, at least not at first. From the locals in town and a few notes left behind by the former owner, we learned about the man who had built the cabin nearly 60 years ago. He built it by hand, piece by piece, as a wedding gift to his wife. Even the barn out back held pieces of their life: a rocking chair, old tools, and a handcrafted kitchen table he made just for her. I brought that table inside and restored it, setting it right back where it belonged, like welcoming a piece of their love story home. I never saw him, not with my own eyes, but my husband did. He was planting tomatoes one afternoon when he looked up and saw an elderly man in faded denim overalls standing at the second-story window, just standing there, watching, with this calm expression. The description matched the cabin's builder exactly. And the strange thing, instead of fear, all we felt was this quiet comfort, like he was still keeping watch over the place he poured his soul into. Me, I heard him. Nearly every night, from the wall behind our bed, we'd hear a soft tapping, almost like drumming, always rhythmic, but never the same pattern. It wasn't menacing. Actually, it felt playful, like he was just saying, "I'm here." And every time we whispered, "Can you stop?" he did. Instantly, it became this strange little ritual, and it never once felt scary. Now that we've moved, our new place, back in a small town in Tennessee, has its own odd little quirks. I'll hear soft laughter in empty rooms. Sometimes I'll spot a shadow darting around a corner, only to find nothing there. A pen I swore I just had will vanish, then reappear 5 minutes later on the table I already checked. I'm only 29, and trust me, I am organized. It's not forgetfulness. Whatever's here, it doesn't feel threatening. If anything, it's a little mischievous. A lingering presence, curious but kind. And honestly, it can stay as long as it wants. Back in 1987, I was living in a big, weathered Victorian home in a quiet town called Pine Lake, just outside of Asheville, North Carolina. The house had character, high ceilings, ornate trim, creaky wooden floors, and a long, storied history dating back to the late 1800s. It had survived fires, storms, and generations of families. We were 5 roommates in our 20s, each of us chasing dreams and sharing the rent just to make it work. The place was massive, with 5 bedrooms and a full basement that always seemed a little colder than it should have been. We moved in during the early fall, and within a week, the strange things started happening. One night, well past midnight, all of us were startled awake by the blood-curdling screams of our roommate, Emily. We rushed to her room and found her sitting up in bed, pale and shaking. She said she'd woken up to find a tall, shadowy figure standing silently by her bed. It didn't move, didn't speak, just stared. When she screamed, it turned and calmly walked out of her room. We tore through the house, checking every window and door. Nothing was broken, and no one was there. We tried to reassure her, tell her it was probably a bad dream, maybe sleep paralysis. But Emily was adamant. She said it felt too real, too vivid. After that night, she never wanted to be left alone in the house again. 2 weeks later, it happened again. Something none of us could explain. We were all asleep when we heard a loud crash, followed by the sound of glass shattering. We bolted into the hallway and found the full-length mirror on the bathroom door smashed into 1,000 pieces. The odd part? The frame was still mounted perfectly. The screws were tight, the hinges unbent. It was like the glass had exploded from the inside out. There hadn't been an earthquake. No loud music or slammed doors. Just silence. And then chaos. Over the next couple of months, the strange incidents picked up. I remember sitting alone one afternoon, watching TV in the living room. It was completely quiet until, without warning, 3 candles sitting on the fireplace mantel suddenly tipped over and clattered to the floor. No breeze, no vibrations. Just movement, like someone invisible had brushed past them. Another time, my roommate Jake lost his car keys. We searched everywhere. Couch cushions, jacket pockets, under the bed. Nothing. Hours later, we found them placed perfectly in the center of his made bed. No one had been in his room. It gave us all the chills. There were also the sounds. Persistent knocking from the attic and faint footsteps in the basement. Always when no one was supposed to be down there. We'd investigate, but we never found anything. Still, the feeling of being watched in that house never really went away. The creepiest moment came during a small get-together we hosted one Saturday night. We had a few friends over, music low, drinks flowing. One guest, Rachel, said she was going to explore the basement. She had never been to the house before, knew nothing about the weird stuff we'd experienced. A few minutes later, she came sprinting up the stairs, visibly shaken. She said she saw a man standing in the far corner of the basement. When she called out to him, he didn't move. Then, just like that, he vanished. We rushed down, every light turned on, every corner checked. Nothing. There was only one entrance to that basement. If someone had been there, they would have had to pass us. That's when it started to feel real, like we weren't just imagining it. But strangely, after about 6 months, the disturbances just stopped. No more footsteps, no more shadows, no more missing items. We thought maybe we'd overreacted, or maybe the house just needed time to settle. Then, near the end of our lease, my wife and I, she was my girlfriend back then, were out for dinner in town. We ended up chatting with a couple seated nearby. They asked where we lived, and when we told them the street name, their eyes widened. "Wait, which house?" they asked. When we gave them the address, the woman gasped. "Oh my God, we lived there. Have you seen the ghost yet?" It was like ice water poured down my back. We had never told anyone about what we'd been through, not friends, not family. Yet here were total strangers confirming our fears without prompt. They went on to describe things they'd seen and heard, figures at night, mirrors breaking, footsteps in the attic. After that, we didn't question it anymore. That house held something we couldn't see, but definitely felt. Even now, I think about those months in Pine Lake and wonder what it all meant. Some things just can't be explained. Years later, my thoughts drift back to my childhood on the coast of Washington State. After I got married, we moved away, but growing up, I used to spend weekends with my grandparents in a little logging town called New Hollow, tucked along the Olympic Peninsula. Their house sat off a long gravel road, hidden among thick fir trees. The air always smelled of salt and cedar. My grandmother was a medium. Nothing dramatic, just quiet sittings held every Friday night in their living room. Word of mouth only. People would show up around 7 p.m. and stay until the energy settled. The house itself was unique. Built by my grandfather and his brother from reclaimed lumber, it had 2 floors and a workshop attached to the side, where my grandfather, a bandsaw inventor, made parts for sawmills. The place was always buzzing with mechanical whirring and the smell of engine oil. The driveway was long and loud, pure gravel, with 2 tall floodlights casting a cold glow over everything at night. You couldn't sneak up on the house, not without everyone hearing you coming a mile away. One autumn evening, just as the sun had dipped behind the trees, the house filled with about 10 guests, including my dad and me. As always, the hallway light was left on in case anyone needed a break. The thick curtains were pulled back, letting the outside floodlights pour into the room. Everything felt calm. Then, right around 7:30, we heard it, the unmistakable crunch of gravel under slow-moving tires. A car was pulling up the drive. We paused. 2 people had already left earlier, but no one else was expected. The engine idled, then stopped. A car door opened, then another. We heard footsteps crunching across the gravel, approaching the house. I instinctively turned toward the window, but my dad gave me a sharp glance and whispered, "Stay still." We waited, barely breathing, listening to the sounds just outside. Let me take you back to a quiet winter night in our small town of Pine Hollow, nestled deep in upstate New York. It was the kind of night where the snow covered everything in a soft hush, and the sky seemed just a little too still. That was the night something, or someone, visited us. The strange sounds started just after dinner. We heard slow, deliberate footsteps on the front porch, heavy enough to creak the wood beneath. The sound stopped when it reached the grass, and then picked up again as if someone had stepped onto the wooden deck leading to the front door. The footsteps paused right in front of the window. My dad stood up, ready to answer the door. But before unlocking it, he looked through the frosted glass panel beside the frame. He froze mid-step. My grandfather noticed and turned to look too, his old boots scraping against the floor. But when he peered outside, there was no one there. No car. No shadows. Just the soft glow of the porch light and an empty yard buried in snow. We stood there, frozen, caught in that strange moment of silence. And then, footsteps again, slow and deliberate, walking back down the steps. A car door opened, then another. An engine hummed to life. Tires crunched against the driveway. The sound grew fainter, then disappeared altogether. We rushed to the window, but there was nothing. No headlights, no tire tracks, no sign that anyone had ever been there. Everyone heard it. My dad, my grandfather, even my cousin Lucas, who barely spoke a word that whole night. We all heard it, but there was nothing to see, no explanation. To this day, we still ask ourselves, who was out there? What did they want? And why did they vanish without a trace? Underscore 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 underscore. Back when I was around 7, my dad used to host these strange little gatherings at our farmhouse. While other families might play Scrabble or watch movies, my dad liked to add his own twist to things. He called it rocking the table. Most of us thought it was a silly parlor trick, something to entertain the neighbors. But that one night, I'll never forget it. We had a massive oak dining table in the middle of our old farmhouse in rural Colorado, 12 feet long, heavy as sin, with deep reddish grain and carved legs. Our place was big, sitting on 50 acres with barely a neighbor in sight. The dining room alone could have fit a small barn dance. That night, my dad decided I'd help him. He told me to stand at one end of the table, palms flat, not pressing down, just lightly touching. He mirrored me on the other side. The room went silent. The overhead lights flickered a bit. Old wiry in the house, we figured. Clear your mind, he said. Think one thing. If someone's here, rock the table. At first, nothing. Just that humming silence. Then a soft creak, like someone shifting in a chair. The table trembled slightly, and then it lifted, just on his side. My side stayed planted. I couldn't have done that. I wasn't touching it hard enough to cause anything. And my dad's hands never moved, just palms flat. He started asking yes or no questions. If no, rock once. If yes, rock twice. The table responded, softly at first, then stronger. He got bolder. Can you stand the table on one leg and spin it? Silence. Then, a sudden double rock. Yes. The table shook violently, rising to stand on 2 legs on my side, then tipping to balance on just one leg, like a circus act. It spun slowly, then faster. My dad and I walked around, keeping our palms on the surface as it turned. But it picked up speed way too fast. I had to jog just to keep my hand on it. The neighbors watched in stunned silence. A few backed toward the door. Nobody said a word. Eventually, I lost my grip. My dad held on for a moment longer before stepping back. The table slammed down onto all 4 legs like nothing had happened. Still, silent. My stepmom immediately checked the table for scratches. Everyone was shaken. That was the last time I ever agreed to rock the table. And the last time my dad brought it out in front of guests. I never saw that table the same way again. underscore 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 underscore. About 5 years ago, we moved into an old craftsman-style home near the edge of Silver Springs, Oregon. It had charm, arched doorways, creaky floors, and a clawfoot tub. Built in the 1930s, it had seen generations pass through. At the time, our youngest son, Owen, was just 2. Sweet kid. Talkative. Bright. But he absolutely refused to go into the upstairs bathroom. Said he saw black eyes in there. We figured it was just the usual toddler imagination, or maybe his resistance to potty training. But then, strange things started happening. Items would vanish. A set of keys left on the counter would reappear on the staircase. A hot mug of tea I just poured would end up in the laundry room. And it wasn't just me. My wife noticed it too. Worse, we started feeling watched. I'd be sitting at my desk, editing photos, and feel a light tap on my shoulder. No one there. My daughter, Ellie, kept asking why I was calling her when I hadn't said a word. It escalated one night in the kitchen. I was doing dishes, and Owen was sitting at the counter, munching on a graham cracker, chatty about cartoons. Nothing out of the ordinary. Then, wham. A box of Cheerios flew off the top of the refrigerator, slammed against the window above the sink, and dropped into the basin with a loud clatter. We both just froze. It didn't fall. It launched, as if someone had thrown it. I turned to Owen. He looked at me wide-eyed, mouth slightly open. Neither of us said a thing. That moment changed everything. We stopped brushing things off. The bathroom door stayed closed. Owen still wouldn't go in, even with the light on. To this day, he won't talk about what he saw in there. And sometimes, when the house gets quiet, I swear I hear soft footsteps upstairs, always stopping right outside the bathroom door. Underscore 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 underscore. What do you think really happened with the table that night? Or the missing car with no tracks in the snow? Have you ever felt like your home was hiding something from you? Sometimes I wonder if the past never really leaves these old houses. It just waits, silent and patient, until someone finally listens. Before we moved to Pine Hollow, a quiet town nestled between fog-covered hills and winding back roads, I never thought much about the supernatural. But that changed the moment we settled into our old Victorian rental on Ashbury Lane. It started with shadows. I began noticing a large, dark figure drifting from the bathroom, down the narrow hallway, and disappearing right through the wall, moving back and forth like it had a path it refused to stray from. At first, my husband, Mark, didn't buy it. He was the logical type, the kind who chalked everything up to wiring or stress. But after catching a glimpse of that towering shadow himself one night, his opinion changed. Fast. What really got to me, though, was the kids. We never said a word to them about the figure, yet they started asking about the big black man walking around the house. It wasn't a question. They said it like it was just part of the scenery. One evening, a close friend came over. We made popcorn and were watching a live ghost cam on my laptop. The lights were off, and all the kids were huddled around the glow of the screen. Out of nowhere, the living room lights flicked on. Thinking one of the kids had gotten up to play a prank, I asked, "Hey, can someone turn those back off?" Instantly, they went dark again. My friend laughed nervously and said, "Actually, I like them on." The moment the words left her mouth, boom, the lights came on again. One of my younger boys whispered, "Who did that?" We turned and looked. Every single kid was standing in the room with us, none of them near the switch. I said, "Well, I want them off." And just like that, they clicked off again. Not long after, I was in bed watching TV alone. Mark was working the night shift. My two youngest boys had fallen asleep on the living room couches, and our daughter was away at a sleepover. The older boys were still awake, flipping through late-night cartoons in the living room. One of them came into the bedroom and asked, "Mom, did you hear that?" I smiled, assuming they were spooked by something on TV. "Probably just the show messing with your head," I said, trying to ease the tension. But he wouldn't let it go. I figured I'd sit out there with them for a bit and distract myself with my sewing. Just being in the room might help them settle down. We sat quietly. Then the sound came, a loud thud directly above us, from the second floor. I glanced at our two cats curled up asleep at our feet. No excuses left. The sound came again, then another. Thumps, dragging noises, and what sounded like heavy furniture being moved. The wood floors above us creaked and groaned as if something, or someone, was walking back and forth, pacing. We wanted to check, really we did, but neither of us could bring ourselves to walk up those stairs. Something about the air felt wrong, heavy. The noise finally stopped around 3 a.m., and the boys eventually fell asleep. I didn't. I just waited for Mark to get home. When he walked through the front door at sunrise and saw me still awake, he asked why. I hesitated. I didn't want to sound crazy again. But I told him every word. He laughed, muttered something about too many horror movies, and marched upstairs. I followed, not wanting him to go alone. As he reached the landing, he froze. I looked over his shoulder and saw our oldest son's room torn apart. The mattresses were flipped against the walls. The dresser was pushed to the center of the room with the TV still on top, and toys, books, and clothes had been thrown everywhere like a storm had ripped through. We didn't speak. We just started cleaning. Later that week, I told a friend about everything. She gave me a bundle of white sage and told me to burn it through every room. I also started researching how to spot paranormal activity and took photos in places that felt colder than the rest of the house. What I found in those pictures still chills me. In one, dozens of orbs floated through the hallway like stars in a dark sky. In another, a red smear, like blood or fire, sat at the base of the staircase. The most disturbing photo was of the fireplace. A glowing figure of a woman, dressed in what looked like a white bathrobe, stood staring directly at the lens. I didn't say a word when I showed the photos to friends. Every single person said, "That looks like a woman." After the sage ritual, things calmed down, briefly. Then our neighbor pulled me aside. She told me the house had once been rented by a group of devil worshippers. She remembered hearing screams late at night. After they were evicted, she and her husband snuck inside and saw pentagrams and demonic graffiti all over the walls. That explained a lot. I felt better knowing we cleansed the space, but the peace didn't last. A couple of months later, our daughter screamed for us to come upstairs. Her new flat-screen TV was flipping channels rapidly, even though the remote was untouched on her nightstand. I pulled the batteries out, but the channels kept changing. The next day, the boys yelled from their room. Every single channel on their TV had turned to French. We don't speak French. We don't even have cable. We shut it off, hoping it would stop. But it didn't. And honestly, I'm not sure it ever will. The bathtub had started filling with water all by itself, and the toilet would randomly flush, even when no one had used it. One evening, while we were all in the living room watching TV, we heard a loud humming sound echo from the kitchen. It was the oven. The self-cleaning function had kicked on by itself. When we walked in to check, the lever on the front was jerking back and forth violently, like someone was forcing it. The digital clock was flashing, numbers, letters, and strange symbols, all racing by like a bad glitch. We stood there, frozen in place, watching it all for what felt like 5 straight minutes. Then I shouted out, "Enough already." And just like that, the buzzing stopped. But then, without warning, the oven door came loose and crashed to the floor. I bent down to look and saw that the hinges weren't broken. They looked like they'd been cut. Not rusted, not worn. That night, I found myself trying to talk to whatever might be in the house. I don't know what made me do it. but I had this strong feeling it might be an older woman. I'd heard the house used to belong to a lady who lived here her whole life, inherited it from her parents. So I spoke out loud. I told her she didn't have to leave, but she couldn't keep scaring us. I even said she might be happier if she moved on. I don't know if it worked or not, but after that, I started to feel off. Sad. Empty. For no real reason. It wasn't depression, at least not the kind I was used to. It was like the house itself was feeding me this hopelessness. The moment we leave to run errands or visit family, I feel totally normal again. But the minute we stepped back inside, it hit me all over again. Things only got worse after that. The dark figure came back. This time, the kids started seeing it too. It didn't just lurk in the hallway anymore. It was showing up near the foyer, the kitchen, the bathroom, even in the living room. One night, my daughter, who's always rolled her eyes at anything supernatural, saw it standing at the foot of her bed. That's when I knew something serious was going on. We've never told our guests anything about the house, but they still mention how weird it feels. Some say they feel like they're being watched. One of my daughter's friends once sat in the living room and said, "It's freezing right here." When I sat in the same spot, I felt it too. My back went ice cold. My son and his friend touched it and said the same thing. The rest of my body was warm, but that one spot, it was like touching a block of ice. That friend later told us she'd felt someone watching her while she was in the bath earlier that day. She got out as fast as she could without knowing anything about the house's history. Lately, I've been waking up with burning scratches on my arms, legs, back, even my face. Always in sets of 3, always with the center line being the deepest. They scar. Our dog, who usually sleeps in my son's room, sometimes freezes and growls at something none of us can see. I'm starting to wonder if this thing is targeting me. Maybe because I burned sage once. Maybe because I'm not afraid. Either way, I haven't used sage again. I don't want to make it worse. My mom keeps telling us to leave, but I don't know if it would even matter. What if it follows us? For now, we're just trying to hang on. Last summer, trying to clear our heads, my stepdad and I went dirt biking out in Walker Valley, up in northern Washington. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It was a quiet Wednesday morning in late October when we pulled into the trails just outside of Aspen Hollow, Colorado. The air was cool, the sky overcast, and the whole place felt unusually still. There weren't many people around, just a couple of other bikers off in the distance. Turns out, we were the only ones using the main dirt track that day, which caught me off guard. We spent the next few hours riding the narrow hills and worn-out trails. My stepdad, Mike, rode a few yards ahead of me most of the time. Everything felt normal at first, peaceful, even. But then my bike started acting strange. It began to slow down, almost like something was dragging behind it. The engine sputtered in a way that didn't sound mechanical. It sounded off. I twisted the throttle, expecting that familiar jolt, but it just choked. Then, without warning, the bike stalled completely. I coasted to the side of the trail alone. Mike didn't notice. Or maybe he did and figured I'd catch up like always. Either way, he disappeared down the path, and I was left by myself. I tried kick-starting the bike, but it only sputtered and wheezed. Again and again. And then, on the third try, a foul, burnt smell drifted from the tailpipe, followed by a puff of thick black smoke. Worried, I leaned down and peered into the exhaust pipe, thinking maybe a twig or some dirt had gotten jammed in there. But it was clean, empty. I gave it one more try, and this time the engine roared back to life with a shaky growl. I caught up to Mike and rode on, but my nerves were frayed. We spent another couple of hours out there, but the bike kept giving me issues, sputtering, jerking, and stalling once more before we finally called it a day. Back at the house, just outside Silver Springs, Mike headed inside to use the bathroom, while I started unloading the bike from the truck. I rolled it into the garage, still curious about what had gone wrong. That's when I decided to pop open the side panel and check the engine. What I found made my stomach twist. There was long, thick brown hair, burnt and tangled, wrapped around the engine. Smoke still curled from the coils, and the stench of scorched hair filled the garage. I stood there in disbelief. I had inspected this engine the night before, and there was absolutely nothing there. No debris, no hair, but now this wad of foul, melted hair buried deep in the mechanics. It took me nearly 20 minutes to pull it all out. The strands were knotted tight, some of them fused with grease and burnt plastic. I gagged a few times from the smell, but eventually, I managed to clear it. I tossed the whole mess in the trash and went inside to ask my mom about it. She had dark brown hair, just like what I found. Maybe she had leaned over it at some point, I thought. But when I asked her, she just stared at me, confused. "I haven't even touched your bike," she said, "and my hair's barely past my ears, remember?" And she was right. Her hair was cropped short, almost like a pixie cut. There was no way it could have been hers. Still unsettled, I went to my room and passed out from exhaustion. When I woke up, the sky outside had gone black. I figured I'd take a shower before calling it a night again. The steam felt good, cleansing, warm, comforting. I lathered my hair and closed my eyes, trying to shake off the weirdness of the day. But when I glanced down, I froze. There was hair. Long, wet strands of brown hair tangled around my toes, more of it curling up from the drain. I stumbled back against the tile wall, nearly slipping. My heart raced as I kicked the hair away, screaming loud enough to rattle the mirror. I bolted out of the bathroom, dripping and naked, trembling with panic. It wasn't mine. I'm blonde. Mike is completely bald. And Mom's hair? Nowhere near that length. My mom came running up the stairs. "Are you okay?" I told her it was nothing, just a slip in the shower. She stared at me like she didn't believe me, but she let it go. I crawled into bed, too shaken to sleep, but too afraid to go back into that bathroom. The next morning, sunlight streamed through my bedroom window, and I decided to face it. I stepped into the bathroom and held my breath. Nothing. The drain was clear, not a strand in sight. No smell, no hair, no trace of what had happened the night before. I've never told anyone about that day, not until now. I tried to convince myself it was just some weird fluke, some twisted coincidence, but something about it never sat right with me. Even now, at 23, I still hesitate before stepping into the shower. I still glance down at the drain every time. Back then, I was living with my parents just outside Silver Springs, maybe a dozen miles from where I live now. I was 16, always kind of a bookworm, reading myself to sleep every night. That night was no different. I was curled up in bed, reading under the soft amber glow of my old lava lamp. The TV murmured quietly downstairs, and the lights were still on when I finally dozed off. The book slipped from my hands. The lamp kept its steady glow, casting slow-moving blobs across the walls. My bedroom door didn't close properly, so we kept a brick wedged in front of it to stop it from drifting open. Just a little makeshift fix, but that detail matters. Sometime after midnight, I woke to a sound I still remember in perfect clarity. The scraping of that brick across the carpet. Then the low, dragging creak of the door moving open. My eyes fluttered open just enough to catch the faintest shape in the doorway. At first, I was too groggy to make sense of it, but slowly, as my vision adjusted, I saw someone, or something, standing there. A tall figure, unmoving, watching. The whole house was dark and silent by then. The only light was from my lava lamp and the faint glow from the skylight above the door, just enough to silhouette whoever or whatever was standing there. And that's when I realized I couldn't see its face, not even a shadow of one, just an empty black void where a face should be. Before I even registered what I was seeing, I realized this thing wasn't just standing in the hallway. It was consuming it. It wasn't a person. There were no details, no outline of a face or clothes, just a dense, solid black shape. And it was darker than the dark itself, like it didn't belong in our world at all. The figure towered in the doorway, nearly brushing the top of the frame. It made my dad and older brother look small by comparison, and they weren't small guys. It filled the entire space like a shadow that had weight. I could make out one hand, if you could call it that, resting on the doorknob. And then I heard it breathing, heavy, labored, like something huge that had just run a mile, or something furious trying to hold itself back. I knew it was looking straight at me, even if it didn't have eyes. And the strangest part, I wasn't scared, not even a little. I felt, still, detached, like my emotions had been switched off, almost like I was watching the whole thing from somewhere else. But I was awake. I could feel the cold air brushing against my arm, the same arm that had slipped off the edge of the bed sometime during the night. I'd done this before. Ever since I was a kid, I trained myself to peek through barely opened eyes. My brother used to sneak into my room and mess with my stuff, so I learned how to fake sleep and keep watch. So I just lay there, breathing slow, watching. The thing didn't move. Just stood there, breathing, like it belonged in that hallway. Eventually, sleep took me again, or maybe I just shut down. When I woke up the next morning, the memory hit me like a punch. Sharp, clear, undeniable. I sat up fast, my eyes darting to the door. It was closed. That wouldn't have meant anything, except we'd been keeping the door propped open with an old landscaping brick ever since the hinges got messed up. And now the door was closed. But the brick, it had been moved, slid back against the wall like someone had opened the door, walked through, and closed it behind them. That door couldn't move on its own, not without that heavy brick being pushed aside. Someone, or something, had moved it. I ran out to the kitchen and asked my parents if they'd heard anything weird during the night. They just looked at me, half asleep, shaking their heads. Nothing was out of place, nothing missing, no sign of a break-in. But whatever I'd seen, it hadn't been a burglar. No one breaks into a house just to stand in a doorway and watch you sleep. And that night, it wasn't an isolated thing. Growing up in that house in Silver Springs, weird stuff happened all the time. I'd hear someone call my name when no one was home. Sometimes my mom's name, but the voice was always wrong, like someone trying to imitate us and failing. Too low, too sharp, just off. My mom told me once she'd felt the presence of her brother, my uncle, who died before I could remember him. She said he'd come to visit sometimes, said it felt warm, peaceful. But that thing I saw, that was different. That was the first time I ever saw something full-bodied, something that felt wrong just by existing. To this day, I still try to convince myself I imagined it, that it was just the shadows playing tricks on me while I drifted between sleep and waking. But I know what I saw, and I know how real that cold air felt on my skin. Underscore 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 underscore. A few years later, when I moved to Spokane with my best friend, we were ecstatic. Our new apartment was in this beautiful old brick building on the edge of downtown. Built back in 1904, it had once been one of the town's first hotels. The whole place had been renovated, but it still had those vintage fixtures, ornate molding, clawfoot tubs, stained glass windows. We loved it. The first few months were peaceful. The creaks and groans of the building became part of the charm. Then one night, my roommate told me something strange. She'd been lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when she suddenly felt someone shaking her shoulder. Hard. Her room didn't have any windows, just 4 walls and a door. When she snapped on the light, there was no one there. We laughed it off, blamed it on stress, maybe a leftover dream. She was a deep sleeper, prone to vivid dreams, so I chalked it up to that. I'd even crashed in her room a few times without any trouble. But one afternoon, a couple months later, I decided to take a nap in her room myself. My own room caught too much sunlight, and I just wanted a quiet, dark space to rest. What happened next, I still don't have words for. Tucked away in the backwoods of rural Georgia, just a few miles north of the sleepy town of Elmridge, there's an eerie patch of land most folks around here just call the bunkers. During the Cold War, this place was a top-secret munitions depot run by the government, built to churn out ungodly amounts of TNT and house it deep underground. It stretched across nearly 8,000 acres, surrounded by thick woods and hidden in plain sight from anyone flying overhead. From the 1950s to the early 70s, the compound operated under high security. Explosives were manufactured by civilian contractors under government control. But once the tension cooled and the need for constant weapons production faded, the whole operation was scrapped. The buildings were demolished or stripped for parts, and the land was slowly forgotten. But forgotten doesn't mean clean. Today, the old munitions site sits in the heart of Briar Creek Wildlife Preserve. The bunkers, rounded concrete igloos camouflaged beneath overgrown brush and vines, still dot the area. Their purpose was simple. If one blew, the rest wouldn't go with it. Most are sealed shut, some sold off to private owners, and only a select few are open for limited tours. After the plant shut down, companies leased out parts of the land to store leftover materials. But by the late 1980s, local anglers began reporting something strange. Ponds bubbling with crimson sludge, the smell of chemicals thick in the air. The government stepped in, slapped the area with an environmental hazard label, and added it to the federal cleanup list. Yet for locals, the real reason folks steer clear of the bunkers isn't the pollution. It's the sightings. Stories about a strange figure, a tall, winged shape with glowing red eyes, started swirling back in the 90s near the Old North storage field, where one of the power buildings used to stand before it was torn down. People say it stalks the tree line or watches from the tops of bunkers at night. Some even claim it spoke to them in their heads. There have been other rumors too. Strange deaths near the old shooting range, murders, unexplained disappearances. And while most of the area feels long abandoned, there's one part that always gave me chills, the southern trail where the private bunkers lie hidden under moss and rust. It was the summer of 2008 when my buddy Jake and I decided to head out there. We'd been to the open igloos before, even went on one of those spooky walking tours the preserve runs around Halloween. But that night, Jake wanted to go farther. He claimed he knew a backtrail to some of the sealed-off bunkers deeper in the woods. The road leading in was blocked by rusted steel gates, so we had to park and hike. It was a warm night, full moon overhead, and the path was just clear enough to follow without flashlights. We found 3 of the old igloos, their doors rusted shut, surrounded by silence. But just beyond them, the trail dipped toward a narrow creek. The water had overflowed from recent rains, making the path impassable. So we turned back. It was as we circled around the last bunker that I caught a whiff of something awful, like rotting meat left out in the sun. I didn't mention it at first. We were in a wildlife area after all. Could have been a dead deer. Still, it hadn't been there on the way in. We kept walking, and soon the gate came into view. To get around it, we had to slip through a gap between the bars and some overgrowth. As I ducked through, my jeans caught on something, probably a thorny vine, and I got stuck. Jake was already ahead, cracking up at me struggling to pull free. I kept tugging at my pants, trying to wriggle loose when I felt it. A hand on my shoulder. Firm, steady, like someone was helping me keep balance. I figured Jake had circled back to lend a hand. But when I looked up, the person beside me wasn't Jake. Standing just off to my left was a man I'd never seen before. Young, maybe mid-20s, tan skin, dark brown hair, short on the sides, longer up top. He wore a plain white t-shirt and jeans. Average height, lean build, nothing especially threatening. Except Jake was still laughing behind me, about 5 feet away, on the other side of the gate. The realization hit me like ice water. My heart pounded, breath caught in my throat. I whipped around. No one was there. No sound. No footsteps. Just the fading echo of Jake's laughter and the moonlight filtering through the trees. I didn't say anything at first. What could I even say? It wasn't until we were a few miles down the road, finally back in the safety of my car, that I told Michael what I'd seen. He swore up and down he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but knowing I've had strange experiences before, he didn't doubt that something happened. He just couldn't explain it. He joked that maybe the figure I saw was trying to warn us not to go any further down that trail. But to me, that didn't really make sense. I hadn't seen the shadowy shape before we explored the trail. I only caught it when we were leaving, as if it didn't want us to go. That thought led us into a weird, joking spiral, speculating about what could be buried out there in the woods behind the fence. The whole area had a bad reputation anyway. The land behind that trail near the old limestone plant in northern Georgia had long been whispered about. Rumors of disappearances, illegal dumps, even talk of occult gatherings in the 1970s. So yeah, maybe it wasn't that far-fetched after all. I brought up the awful stench I'd noticed earlier, how thick and putrid it was, like something decaying. Michael claimed he hadn't smelled anything at all. That threw me off, because I could still practically taste it in the back of my throat. Now that I think about it, I wonder if that smell was a kind of warning, or maybe even an introduction, to whatever we encountered. I already told Michael that if a body ever turns up back there, I don't want to hear about it. I'd rather believe I imagined everything. Maybe it was a hallucination, or some sort of ghostly echo from a tragedy long forgotten. 2 kids maybe wandering out there at night, one getting stuck, the other never leaving. Could have just been coincidence, or maybe something more. Fast forward to November 2007. I just moved in with my great-grandma, Evelyn, to help take care of her. She lived in an old folk Victorian home on the outskirts of Silver Springs, Missouri, 2 floors and an attic, laid out in a classic L shape, the kind of house that creaked even when no one moved. Her bedroom used to be the front parlor, and she told me I could take any of the 3 rooms upstairs. One sat directly above hers, while the other 2 were over the kitchen and living room, separated by a long stair hall and a narrow landing. I picked the room I called the suite. It was at the front of the house, sunny in the daytime, and felt the most normal. The smaller room in the back had a huge closet but was sealed off. My mom had boarded it shut a few months before I moved in. She never gave a clear reason. A few weeks in, just before Thanksgiving, I got curious and unsealed the door. Bad decision. From that day on, I felt watched. Constantly, morning, noon, and especially at night. It was like the room had eyes. I tried to ignore it, but things got worse when my younger sister, Shannon, came up to visit one weekend. She was 13 at the time. We stayed up late in my room watching old reruns and comedy movies on the satellite TV. There was only one real bed, my great-grandma's antique twin, and the couch downstairs. So I gave Shannon my bed and took the couch. I fell asleep to the soft static of the radio playing instrumental jazz. At around 5 a.m., I woke to a scream, Shannon's scream. It was high-pitched, panicked, primal. Loud enough that if anyone had been walking down the street, they would have thought a fire alarm was going off. I raced upstairs to find her in the dim room, crouched behind the old chest of drawers, shaking and sobbing. She kept saying over and over, "Someone was in here. Someone was here." But no one else was in the house. No footsteps, no creaking, just the far-off sound of a train rolling through the valley. I tried to calm her, and when she finally let me pull her to her feet, she begged me, not to step onto the landing. Her eyes were wide, locked on the hallway like something was standing there just beyond the shadows. Then she whispered, "Shane, there's something in the other room, a shadow." I tried to reason with her. I told her it was probably just the tree outside the window, an old cherry tree that stood on the corner of Maple Street. But it was December, no leaves, no wind, and the shadows were too big. We stayed up the rest of the night in the living room, watching cartoons until the sun came up. Shannon finally dozed off around dawn. After Christmas came and went, she returned home, but I noticed something strange. Even after she left, the shadows didn't disappear completely. They were still there, faint, lingering. In July of 2008, after a big falling out with the family, I packed up and moved back home. I'll get into that part another time. Right now, I'm sitting in my parents' house in southern Jasper County, just a few feet from the chair I'm sitting in now, writing this. It's nearly 2:30 a.m. And that old feeling is back, the sensation that someone is watching me. I keep glancing at the hallway, half expecting someone to be standing there in the dark. But I'm not done yet. There's more. Let me take you back to August 2006, right before school started. My sister Shannon had this favorite toy, a battery-powered Tigger doll that bounced and giggled when you touched its paw. But it had this annoying habit of toppling over every time it moved. So my stepdad, thinking he was clever, nailed its ears to the ceiling beam and its feet to the top of the old entertainment stand. Said it was the only way to keep it upright. Weird, I know. But that wasn't the weirdest part. Not even close. It was one of those ordinary evenings in our little town of Pine Hollow. My mom was in the kitchen, simmering spaghetti sauce while chatting with my older sister, Shannon, about a new medical drama on TLC. I had just stepped out of the bathroom when a trailer for a paranormal documentary came on the TV in the living room. Shannon made some snide joke about the ghost who assaulted women, rolling her eyes at the whole thing. And that's when I heard both of them scream. Our old Tigger plush, yeah, the one from Winnie the Pooh, had launched itself across the room and hit Shannon square in the chest. My mom saw the whole thing. She said it didn't fall or slip. It threw itself. They didn't move from the couch until my stepdad got home. He didn't believe a word of it, but when he looked at the Tigger doll nailed back into its place on the wall, he asked, without a hint of sarcasm, why they'd tried to nail it down again. A few days later, my sister Ashley came over and dropped off her daughter for the weekend. The house had been quiet without kids around, so my mom was actually excited to have her little granddaughter running through the halls again. One chilly Friday night, my mom was lying in bed watching reality TV, and my niece was curled up, napping in the spare bed across the room. Everything felt peaceful, but when my mom blinked and looked over just a minute later, my niece was gone. At first, she thought the girl had rolled off the bed, but then she saw it, tiny legs disappearing under the frame of the heavy cherrywood four-poster bed, as if being pulled. It only got stranger from there. There was something about that old place, especially the basement. Every day around different times, you could hear this weird, warbled melody drifting from under the stairs. It sounded like an old music box playing something almost like Frere Jacques, but the notes were off, slower, dissonant, haunted. At first, we brushed it off as the odd quirks of a house built in the 1890s, but deep down, it never felt right. One afternoon, while poking around the upstairs linen closet, I found a small wooden box tucked behind some folded towels. I'd swear it hadn't been there before. I brought it downstairs and showed it to my great-grandmother. She didn't say a word, just placed it on top of her thick leather-bound Bible. The next day, it was gone. When I asked her about it, she smiled like she didn't know what I was talking about. Swore she'd never seen it. That night, I had a dream about a little girl bouncing on the end of my bed, laughing. I woke up gasping, unable to move. There was a heavy weight on my chest, like someone was sitting on me, but no one was there. That box has never turned up again. Out of desperation, I asked a friend of mine who knew a sensitive to come by, someone with spiritual awareness, or whatever you call it. She took one look at the house from the driveway and refused to step out of the car, said something was wrong with the land. She didn't elaborate, and honestly, I didn't want her to. Now, whenever it's around 3 a.m., I feel this tightening in my chest, like something's pressing down on me. I know I should stop thinking about it, but I can't. These things, they still happen. Whether you believe them or not, they're real to me. So yeah, lately I've been crashing on the couch downstairs. The upstairs feels like it's turned against us. The hallway gives off that watched feeling, like eyes are peeking from cracks in the door frames. Even the newer parts of the house, like the bathroom addition, feel off. There's this creaking sound that follows you. The bathroom shares a wall with the old furnace room under the stairs, and at night, the air gets cold, unnaturally cold. I need to stop thinking about this. I won't sleep if I keep going. Back in 2001, just after I got married and found out I was pregnant, my husband and I moved into his parents' farmhouse on the edge of Maple Ridge. It was a charming old place built in the late 1800s, filled with personality, closets made from patched-up newspaper, floorboards that groaned, and even a hidden door to the attic. The original layout was modest, just a living room, kitchen, one downstairs bedroom, and 2 small bedrooms upstairs. They'd added more rooms in the 60s, including a single bathroom. We stayed in the downstairs bedroom. One morning, around 3 a.m., my husband had already left for work. I lay awake in the stillness, watching the soft light spill in from the kitchen nightlight. That's when it happened. I suddenly felt pinned, like an invisible force had pushed me deep into the mattress. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My vision blurred and then went completely dark. A high-pitched ringing filled my ears, sharp and endless. And then a vision. I wasn't dreaming. I saw it. A cold, concrete basement. Wet, dimly lit. A broken window rushing toward me, and just before it hit, shatter. The sound of glass, so sharp it made my ears ache. And then a child's voice, high and terrified, screaming, "Mommy." I gasped awake, heart pounding like I'd just run a marathon. I bolted from the bed, shaking, unable to catch my breath. I kept it to myself the next day. I didn't want anyone thinking I was losing it. But something told me to share it with my mother-in-law. We had always gotten along, and I figured if anyone would believe me, it might beat her. What she said stopped me cold. She finished my sentence. She didn't have the same vision, but she'd felt something in that exact same spot, on the same side of the bed. A presence, a pressure. We both went pale. Later that week, my husband took me to the old cellar beneath the house. It hadn't been used in decades. There, on the far wall, was a small window covered in cobwebs, and the glass cracked, as if something had been thrown through it. I stood there frozen, fighting back tears I couldn't explain. Sometimes you feel things that can't be proven, things you can't talk about without sounding unstable. But if you've ever experienced something like that, something that sinks into your bones, you know what I mean. And if you haven't, well, just hope you never do. I had this memory pop into my head, something from way back before I was even married. I'd visited that house by myself one weekend, and I could have sworn I heard kids laughing somewhere in the distance. At the time, I figured maybe the neighbors had stopped by with their little ones or something. I didn't think much of it, but now, after what happened in that upstairs bedroom, I started to wonder if there was something else behind that sound. A few weeks after that incident, we decided to move our bedroom upstairs. One quiet Sunday evening, right after we got back from the local church service, we noticed our bedroom light was on. The French doors that opened to the little balcony, wide open. My husband, Michael, assumed I must have left them open, but I knew I hadn't. We stepped inside, checked the room, and everything was completely dark. The light was off. The door shut tight and locked from the inside. We just stood there in the hallway, looking at each other, both trying to come up with a reasonable explanation, but neither of us had one. The very next week, something even stranger happened. We came home after a late dinner out, and as we were heading upstairs, Michael froze. I followed his gaze and saw them, small, reddish handprints across the ceiling, leading from the attic hatch all the way to the window by our bed. We were stunned. We scrubbed them off, thinking maybe it was some kind of mildew or stain from the attic, but they showed up again the next day, only to disappear by nightfall. That was when Michael finally admitted that I wasn't the only one who'd felt strange in the house. His brothers and cousins had all mentioned weird experiences, things they never talked about openly. That didn't exactly help me feel better. One night, Michael had to go out of town for work. I was too uneasy to sleep upstairs alone, so I made a little spot for myself on the couch downstairs. Our dog, Duke, curled up at my feet. Around 3 in the morning, I was startled awake by the sound of footsteps, fast, heavy footsteps running back and forth across the second floor. Then everything went still, for a few seconds, and then, clack, 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 the unmistakable sound of pool balls dropping into the pockets. The sound was so specific, so real. Duke's ears perked up, his head turning back and forth, tracking the noise with a quiet whine. When it all finally stopped, I sat frozen, my heart racing. The next morning, I went upstairs to check, and there they were, the pool balls, all neatly arranged in the triangle on the table like no one had ever touched them. After that night, I swore to myself I'd never stay in that house alone again. Not long after, while I was tidying up the bedroom, I heard it, a faint voice. A little girl crying softly, calling out, "Mommy," over and over again. My whole body broke out in chills. I nearly broke down right then and there. It felt personal, like someone, or something, was trying to reach me. I'd always thought ghost stories were nonsense, but that house chipped away at all my skepticism. In the fall of 2003, Michael's mom picked up a doll for our niece at a garage sale. It was one of those original Cricket dolls, the kind with a moving mouth. This one had no batteries in it. None. I remember setting it on the couch, thinking it looked a little creepy. And then, its mouth started moving. Silent, mechanical movement, over and over. Michael's mom didn't even hesitate. She took that doll out to the fire pit and burned it. Said she wasn't about to let something like that stay in the house. I didn't argue. The feeling of being watched never really went away. There was always this sense that something unseen was lingering, watching us live our lives. We later found out that a man had passed away in the living room years ago, and out in the yard, buried under the dirt, Michael's family had unearthed old items, toys, cutlery, even a child's shoe, dating all the way back to the early 1900s. There were also rumors, whispers about a makeshift Ouija board that someone once used inside the house during the 70s. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but it would explain a lot. In 2005, 3 years after we moved out, Michael's parents gutted the place, moved the staircase, redesigned the rooms, tore out the old floorboards. And since then, no one's mentioned anything strange. But every time I go back to visit, I still feel it, that pull toward the old cellar, like it's calling to me, waiting for me to find something I missed. I haven't had another paranormal experience since, but the memories of that house still cling to me. That feeling of being watched, of something pressing in just beyond sight. It's never really left. To be honest, the strange things didn't start with that house. Weird stuff has followed my family for as long as I can remember, maybe even before I was born. When my older brother was just a toddler, maybe 2 or 3, my mom would catch him talking to someone invisible. She figured it was our great-grandpa, since he was named after him. But later, we realized it wasn't that simple. When I came along, things got even more intense. One night, my older sister was babysitting me, and I saw something that still makes my skin crawl. I was trying to walk to her when a tall, glowing white figure appeared in the hallway, blocking my path. I couldn't move, couldn't cry out. I just stood there, frozen in fear, until it vanished. Another time, right around Christmas, my mom hung a string of decorative bells in the doorway to the kitchen. We were all asleep when my brother came racing into the room in a full panic. He said the bells started swaying all by themselves. No breeze, no one nearby, and then they just fell to the ground. That same night, I had a nightmare so vivid I woke up drenched in sweat, heart pounding. Things calmed down for a while after that, but that sense of being watched never really left me, and when I turned 9, it all came roaring back. My friend Lily and I were sitting on the living room couch one evening, just after dark. Mom had run across the street to the gas station. The kitchen light flickered once, and then we saw something move. What do you think it was? It was late one night when a massive pot from the kitchen was suddenly hurled across the room, slamming against the fridge. My friend and I froze in shock. We tried to make sense of what just happened. Could it have been the wind? But the pot was huge, and every window in the house was shut tight. There was no way the wind could have moved it like that. It seemed like these strange events were always happening to my brother, my friends, and me. My brother would hear odd noises from his room at night. My mom would smell bizarre, unidentifiable odors. But it was always my friends and I who seemed to bear the worst of it. Objects would randomly fall off shelves. Lights would flicker, or sometimes just go out. We even saw something one night, just a hand, appearing out of thin air, reaching toward us. By the time I turned 11, the strange events calmed down a little, but the nightmares never stopped. I had to sleep with someone beside me, just so I wouldn't hurt myself in my sleep from the fear. But by the time I was 14, things took a darker turn, and it felt like the terror would never stop. The nightmares grew worse, more intense, and sometimes unbearable. One night, 2 of my best friends and I were hanging out in my room when we noticed a strange light outside. At first, we thought it might be from one of the streetlights, so we turned everything off except the TV. But when we looked back, the light was still there, and it was moving. It was too big to be a flashlight or car headlights. We were terrified and ran into the bathroom, locking ourselves inside for 2 hours. When we came back out, the light was still there. We never found an explanation for it. The most bizarre thing, however, happened to my sister. She and her boyfriend were hanging out in her room one day when suddenly, thousands of ants poured out of the wall, covering the floor. It was completely insane, and none of us could figure out what caused it. When I turned 16, things got even darker. I had a new boyfriend, and since my mom worked late a lot, she'd let him stay over. One night we were lying in bed when we heard a strange, eerie whimpering sound coming from near the heater. At first, I thought it was my dog, Bear, but my boyfriend assured me the dog was on the other side of him. He heard the whimpering too. We thought maybe it was coming from outside, since the heater was under the bay window. We went outside to look for Bear, but there were no dog tracks in the snow. When we went back inside, the whimpering continued. This time, it seemed to come from the wall, which was made of solid brick. We were both freaked out, but the sound eventually stopped. When I was 17, things got even worse. My boyfriend and I had gotten a new dog after Bear had run away. It was late, around 2 a.m, when I heard the front door creak open. Footsteps walked into my room, followed by a strange pressure on my side of the bed. Thinking it was my boyfriend, I turned to kiss him, but there was no one there. Yet the mattress was dented as if someone had been sitting on it. The indentation stayed until my actual boyfriend came in, and the pressure on the bed vanished. Then, when I turned 18, the ghost finally revealed itself. I was asleep when I heard glass shattering across the room. I thought it was the dog knocking something over, but when I looked up, I saw something I'll never forget. A man, about 6 feet tall, stood across the room. He had salt and pepper hair and wore old-fashioned clothes, a white shirt, black pants, and overalls with gold buttons. At first, I thought I was dreaming and went back to sleep, but the ghost didn't like that. About a month later, I had the worst nightmare yet. I thought I had woken up in my room. Everything looked normal, but the light was on. My boyfriend was asleep beside me. Suddenly, I felt a wave of panic. I tried to move to tell him something, but I couldn't move at all. I screamed, but no sound came out. It felt like I couldn't breathe. Then the old man from my earlier vision leaned over me and started laughing. The lack of air was overwhelming, and I could feel tears running down my face. Just when I thought I was going to suffocate, I woke up for real, gasping for breath. Those events left me shaken to the core. I'll never forget the terror that haunted me in that house. Whether it was sleep paralysis or something else entirely, the experiences were far too real. To this day, I still don't know what I encountered, but whatever it was, it left a lasting impression. My name is Sam. I'm 28 years old, and I live in a small town called Barbersville, West Virginia, just outside of Huntington. Before I turned 3, my family moved a lot, following my dad's career in the military. Eventually, his job took him to Oklahoma, and my mom and I moved to a small town in Texas to be closer to her family. We ended up in a big old house that my grandparents had owned for years, located on the edge of a neighborhood that wasn't the safest. The area was full of rundown houses, with a lot of crime in the streets, but the house itself, it was something else. The 2-story house was a faded yellow color, standing tall despite its age, probably around 80 years old or more. Behind the house was a large yard the kind that felt like it belonged to another time. The backyard was filled with big, old trees, cherry, apple, walnut, and oak, providing a quiet escape from the noise of the neighborhood. The back fence was completely overgrown with grapevines, and there was a massive weeping willow tree that hung over it, casting long shadows on the ground. But there was something about the back of the house that always made me uneasy. The house was higher at the back, thanks to the basement. The basement itself was accessed through a barn-like door that creaked and groaned every time the wind blew. It always made my stomach twist. The space inside was dark, with dirt floors and no working lights, and the air felt thick, like it was pressing down on me whenever I was near. Even when I wasn't down there, it felt like the darkness of that place followed me around. Inside, the house was as old as it looked. The main floor had a covered porch that led to the front door. Once inside, there was a wide foyer with stairs that led to the second floor. To the left was the dining room, and to the right, a large living room. If you walked past the stairs, there was a narrow hallway with a laundry area and an old table where my grandfather used to work on his projects. At the very end of the hallway, a door led outside to the backyard, and another door led into the kitchen. The kitchen connected back to the dining room, creating this odd, circular flow through the house. Upstairs, there was a landing area at the top of the stairs. To the right, a hallway led to the bathroom and the bedrooms. The hallway had a railing around it, and from there, you could look down into the foyer below. My room was tucked between the bathroom and my grandparents' master bedroom. My grandma had a room that overlooked the stairs, and I ended up staying there for about 2 years. Even though I was young, there was always something off about that room at night. I'd have strange dreams, sometimes vivid, sometimes just unsettling, and occasionally I would wake up to sleep paralysis, though it wasn't violent. My grandma was kind of fussy, always complaining about my mom's dog, but sometimes in the middle of the night, she'd shout, "Get out of here. You have no business here." At the time, I thought she was just yelling at the dog, but now I can't help but wonder if she was responding to something else, something I couldn't see. When I was around 5, my grandma had a stroke, and we had to move her into the dining room. I ended up moving into her room, the one that had a big rocking chair that creaked loudly whenever it moved. The floors were old, wooden, and creaked with every step. It was always cold in that room, and no matter how many blankets I pulled over me, I never felt warm enough. From my room, I could always see the dark hallway and the stairs, and the whole atmosphere made me feel like something was watching me. Then, one night, it happened. It was a hot summer night, and the only sound in the room was the oscillating fan at the foot of my bed. I was trying to sleep, but the heat felt suffocating. I heard it then, the stairs creaking. Slow, deliberate footsteps moving up the stairs. I tried to focus, straining my eyes to see through the darkness of the hallway. But there it was, a tall, shadowy figure slowly moving up the stairs. It stopped when it reached the middle, right at waist level, facing me. It stood there for what felt like an eternity before it continued its way up the stairs. Despite how hot it was, I stayed completely still, buried under the covers. The footsteps creaked louder as they entered my room, and I could feel something standing beside my bed. It was a heavy, suffocating presence. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, for what felt like an hour before I finally drifted into a restless sleep. But when I woke up, I was paralyzed, unable to move, with a cold grip wrapping around me. I heard this low buzzing sound, almost like electricity crackling in the air, growing louder and louder until, finally, I could move again. From then on, I couldn't sleep with my head above the covers. Every night, I would scream for my mom, and she'd come comfort me, but she never had an explanation for what was happening. One night, I woke up to the sound of footsteps again, this time coming down the hallway. I whispered, "Mom," and heard my dog growling, something she'd never done before. When my mom went to check, the dog was barking at the storage room at the end of the hall. We all went back to bed, but I slept soundly for the first time in a while. The worst night I remember happened when I was 6 or 7. A fierce storm was raging outside, and the room lit up with each flash of lightning. The power went out, and the room fell into darkness. The only sound was the rain pounding against the roof, and the fan had slowed down to a quiet hum. But there was something about the silence that felt wrong. Something that gnawed at me, like the stillness was hiding something. Hey everyone, I put a lot of effort and heart into creating these videos just for you. If you're enjoying the content, I'd love to hear from you. Drop a quick comment below and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is for you right now. Your support means the world to me, and it keeps me motivated to bring more awesome videos your way. We had just moved into a new house in Pine Lake, a quiet little town in northern Wisconsin. It was a decent-sized place with 3 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a basement, which I avoided from the start. Something about it didn't sit right with me. My room was on the 2nd floor, just as I'd hoped. To get there, you had to open an old wooden door that groaned under your touch and climb up a set of stairs that creaked with every step. At the top, there was a window on the right, offering a view of the dense woods behind the house, the kind that seemed to stretch on forever. My room itself was small but cozy, with a crooked ceiling that often made me bump my head on the beams. Still, it felt like mine. The best part was the attached bathroom, which was a small luxury for me. From the moment I saw the room, I knew I'd grow attached to it, but there was something unsettling about it. After setting down my bags and organizing my things, I went into the bathroom to brush my teeth. The moment I closed the door, I heard the familiar creak of the stairs. I froze, toothbrush in hand. It was probably just the house settling, I told myself. But then it happened again, louder this time. The sound of footsteps, slow and deliberate, moving up the stairs, getting closer. My heart picked up pace, and an unease crept into my chest. Maybe it was just my mom. She loved to sneak up on me, always trying to make me jump for a laugh. Determined to catch her in the act, I unlocked the bathroom door, flung it open, and shouted, "Boo," as loud as I could. There was nothing. No answer. Confused, I stepped into the hallway, expecting to see her standing at the top of the stairs with that mischievous grin of hers. But the staircase was empty. The whole house seemed still, too still. Feeling a chill run down my spine, I shut the bathroom door again and locked it. That's when the creaking came once more. My pulse quickened, and I stood there for a moment, trying to breathe through the growing sense of dread. It's just my mom, I repeated to myself. She's being extra sneaky today. I threw open the door again, this time shouting, "Boo," even louder. Still, no response. I leaned my head out further, glancing down at the stairs. Again, no one was there. The stairs were as empty as before. Now, a creeping feeling of panic set in. I quickly retreated back into the bathroom, locking the door behind me once more. The moment the latch clicked into place, the creaking started again, but this time, it didn't stop at the top of the stairs. It was coming closer. Slowly, methodically, it moved toward the bathroom door. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck stand up as my hands trembled. I wanted to scream, to call out for my mom, but my voice failed me. Just as I was about to lose it, the creaking stopped, right outside the bathroom door. Then, in a soft, almost childlike voice, I heard it. "Boo." A chill spread through my entire body. I swung open the door and bolted down the stairs, running as fast as I could. My heart pounded in my chest, and my mind raced, but all I could think about was the voice of a child. But there were no children in the house. I was 19 at the time, and my mom was at work. I've never been able to shake that voice from my memory, echoing in my mind. Boo. When I was 21, my new husband's family offered us a deal we couldn't refuse. The old family house, which had been passed down through generations, was up for sale. They were tired of managing it and offered it to us at an incredibly low price. We jumped at the chance and moved in almost immediately. It didn't take long to realize we weren't the only ones in that house. Strange things began happening almost as soon as we unpacked. Every night, we would hear someone, or something, ascending the staircase. The old wooden steps groaned and creaked with every step, loud enough to rouse us both from sleep. My husband, Kyle, would get up to check, worried that someone had broken in, but every time the result was the same. No one was there. As the days passed, the presence seemed to grow bolder. The footsteps started creeping down the hallway, getting closer and closer to our bedroom door with each visit. Then came the night we had both feared. Kyle was sound asleep, worn out from working late shifts. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling when I heard the familiar creak of the stairs. This time, the steps didn't stop at the door. They came straight into our room. I could feel something moving toward the side of the bed where I lay, my back to the room. I didn't dare look. Instead, I buried my face in Kyle's chest, squeezed my eyes shut, and tried to convince myself I was imagining it. But the presence was undeniable. Someone, or something, was standing right behind me, so close that I could almost feel its gaze burning into the back of my head. My skin prickled, and I pulled the blanket tighter around me. Then, I felt it, a slight shift on the bed, like something was moving its weight. I lay as still as I could, pretending to be asleep, too terrified to turn around. I was certain that if I looked, I would see something horrifying. The bed shifted again, more urgently this time. Whatever was behind me was now so close, I could feel a strange static in my hair, as if it were standing on end. Desperate for reassurance, I reached under the covers, searching for Kyle's hand. When I found it, I gently rubbed it, hoping he would wake up without me having to speak. But he didn't stir. He simply grunted, took a deep breath, and stayed sound asleep. Then it happened again. The bed shifted behind me, and the blanket I had wrapped around myself was yanked. Something was trying to get closer. Suddenly, I felt an icy breath on my cheek, so cold it made my skin tingle. It felt as though someone had leaned in close to whisper, their breath freezing against my skin. I rubbed Kyle's hand more frantically, now nearly in panic. This time he moaned softly and turned toward me, wrapping his arm around my side. A wave of relief washed over me. If something was behind me, his arm would have touched it. But no sooner had I thought this than his arm flew off me, as though it had been violently yanked back by an unseen force. At that exact moment, I felt a sharp tug on my hair. Before I could react, a raspy, malevolent voice whispered directly into my ear, "Get out of my house." The words hit me like a blow to the stomach. I froze for a moment, then shook Kyle awake, panic thick in my voice as I told him what had happened. He jumped out of bed to check, but as always, there was no one there. That house haunted us night after night. Whispers, footsteps, and chilling encounters became routine. We endured it for only 36 days. 36 days of pure mental torment. It was in that house that I became a true believer in ghosts. The experience changed my view of the world forever. I later wrote a book about it, The Hollow Brook Haunting. If you're curious, you can find it online, where you can read the first few chapters. It's a story I'll never forget. I've always thought of my husband as someone who doesn't get easily spooked. He laughs it off when I get nervous, and honestly, I've never seen a ghost myself. At least, not that I can explain. But I've had a few experiences that left me wondering. A few nights ago, my husband and I decided to go night fishing, hoping to catch some catfish. We chose a place called Widow's Bend, a secluded spot down by the river that locals always mention with a certain tone. It's a stretch of the riverbank that's mostly private land, but there's a public boat dock where you can fish. That's where we set up for the night. We brought a lantern for light, but even with the soft glow, I felt uneasy being there. The river runs next to a narrow, winding road with very few homes along it. About 15 years ago, this road was the spot where a lot of teens would gather at night. They'd pull off into the wide, flat areas, blast their music, drink, and hang out. It was a place that felt like freedom back then, a place to escape and just be. When we drove in, I couldn't help but think back to those days. I used to be one of those teenagers, just like my friends. I used to come here to hang out, and I laughed as I told my husband about it on the drive. To be clear, I don't do that anymore, especially now that I have a daughter who's older than I was when I did those things. So there we were, fishing, when I started hearing something faint behind me, over to the right. I asked my husband if he heard it too, but he shook his head. I couldn't help but mention that it sounded like a woman's voice. At first, I figured it was nothing, just the darkness, maybe my imagination, or even too many horror movies. I tend to get jumpy sometimes, but I shrugged it off. Then about 25 minutes later, around 11:20 to 11:35, I heard the voice again. This time, it came from across the river, directly in front of us. It was so hard to describe, but it sounded like a woman talking to someone else, her voice garbled and drawn out. The words were impossible to make out, but the tone sent a chill down my spine. I could feel the hairs on my arms and neck stand up. I looked over at my husband, and his eyes were wide with shock. "Did you hear that?" he asked, and I nodded. He was clearly unsettled, and after a moment he said, "That didn't sound human, but it definitely sounded like a woman." We both started scanning the area, looking left, right, and across the river, but it was so dark, the only thing visible was the fog hanging over the water. We kept talking, trying to figure out what we just heard. My husband wasn't comfortable anymore, and finally, he suggested we pack up and go. I agreed, and we began gathering our things. As we drove away, we talked about how steep the land was on the opposite side of the river, with a hill that led straight up, covered with dense trees. There was no way anyone could be up there, at least not without a rope to help them move around without falling into the river. So what was that voice? What did it mean? Was it just our nerves playing tricks on us because it was late and the setting was so eerie? Looking back, we both laugh at ourselves for getting so spooked, but we've agreed, no more night fishing there. Several years ago, my stepsister and I were on our way home from a Wednesday night service at church. It was cold and clear, and we decided to take a back road, one that's narrow and winding, less traveled than the main road we usually took. Normally, we avoided this road at night because of the stories we'd heard, and the strange, almost oppressive feeling you get when you're on it in the dark. But that night, we chose to take it anyway, driving along in silence, both lost in our own thoughts. As we rounded a curve, I saw headlights approaching. My stepsister dimmed her lights, and I knew she was waiting for the car to pass so she could turn her high beams back on. But the car never passed. After a minute or so, she glanced over at me and asked, "Did you see that car coming toward us?" I told her I had, and I could see she had dimmed the lights, so I knew she'd seen it too. We were both puzzled. Where had the car gone? The road was narrow, so there was no room for another vehicle to pass unless it slowed down or pulled off to the side. We turned around and went back to the spot where we'd first seen the headlights, thinking maybe the car had turned off somewhere or turned around. But there was no place for it to turn. On one side of the road, there was a steep hill with a railroad track at the top. On the other side, a steep embankment and a guardrail. We searched the area again, but there was no trace of the car, no sign of headlights. We were both quiet now, the tension thick in the air. Could it have been something else? Could there be an explanation? Or had we encountered something else? There were no driveways, no side roads, no place to pull over. Just an empty, desolate road stretching out in front of us, swallowed by the darkness. We didn't see another car until we pulled into the driveway at home. We were both confused by what had just happened. Even now, whenever we're together for family gatherings, either she or I will bring it up and ask, "Remember when we saw that car, or at least the headlights?" Neither of us has experienced anything like it again, but it's a mystery that still lingers in our minds. That road has a history, and none of it's comforting. One story was told to me by my cousin years ago, and after he shared it, he never spoke of it again. He worked about an hour away and carpooled with a few guys who lived nearby. They worked the second shift, so they were always coming home late at night. One guy had a habit of taking a back road when it was his turn to drive. One night, as they neared the end of the road, they saw something strange by the old railroad trestle bridge. A group of people gathered near a fire. It was around 2 a.m, and the area was so desolate, it didn't make sense to them that anyone would be out there. The driver, curious, put the car in reverse to get a better look. As they backed up, the group became clearer. People were dancing and chanting around a large fire, and beside it, there was a young girl with long blonde hair, dressed in a flowing white gown. The driver, unnerved, decided they didn't want to be a part of whatever was going on and quickly put the car back in drive. But when they looked again, everything was gone. No people, no fire, no girl, just the empty, dark road. My cousin came home that night visibly shaken, almost sick. He told his wife what had happened and hasn't spoken of it since. Another story, one that's often whispered, tells of a young girl found hanging from a tree on that very same road. A tragic suicide. I'm not sure if this happened before or after my cousin's experience, but there have been many reports of a young girl in white seen walking along that road. While I can't link those stories to the headlights we saw, it's hard to shake the feeling that something is amiss out there. There are other eerie tales too, but none about headlights, as far as I know. What my stepsister and I experienced that night may have been a one-time event, but it's something we can't forget. It was so strange, especially considering there was nowhere for that car to turn around for miles. It seemed to just disappear. I spent a few years living in Virginia as a child and teenager, and growing up in a semi-rural area. I heard all sorts of strange stories from family and friends. Most of them were about Sense-Ball Tunnel. The paranormal always fascinated me, especially since I'd had ghostly encounters at a young age. So when I finally had the chance to visit the tunnel myself, I didn't hesitate. Sense-Ball Tunnel sits between two mountains in Hawkins County, Virginia. It's at the end of a winding, narrow road with only a few houses nearby. At either end of the tunnel, there's a house, one of which is known as Sense-Ball Mansion. Across the road from the mansion is a small cemetery, likely a family burial site. A creek runs alongside the tunnel, with old, unused train tracks above it. My most chilling experience at Sense-Ball Tunnel happened when I was 14. It was winter, and all the schools in the area let out early due to snow. My boyfriend Jake and his friend OP picked up my best friend Tanya and me from school. We went to my house for a while, but being teenagers, we quickly grew bored. When night fell, we decided to check out the tunnel. OP had never been there, and Jake had only been once before. We piled into OP's small truck, and off we went. When we arrived, there was about half a foot of water in the tunnel from the melting snow. OP drove into the tunnel, and then turned off the truck and the lights. We sat in the quiet for a few moments, joking about the ghost stories we'd heard, but it wasn't long before things started getting strange. I noticed something dripping from the rearview mirror inside the truck. I wiped it with my finger and found it had the consistency of water. I pointed it out, and OP said, "That's never happened before." Tanya thought it was just condensation, but Jake pointed out that the windows weren't fogged. Then we heard it, footsteps in the water. It sounded like someone was walking up behind the truck. We all heard it and turned to look at the same time, but there was nothing there. Jake rolled down his window and stuck his head out, looking down the truck bed. OP did the same on his side. Neither of us saw it coming. I'll never forget the look in Jake's eyes when he rolled the windows back up and muttered, "That was weird." He was definitely starting to get spooked, and I was too. Tanya, always the cautious one, asked if we could leave, but the rest of us weren't ready to go yet. Then suddenly, something hit the truck hard, enough to rock it on its tires. It sounded like it came from the bed of the truck, right by Jake's side. Tanya and I screamed, and even the guys jumped. That's when a figure appeared in front of us, a pale, almost glowing silhouette about 10 feet away. It looked like a woman, draped in a long, flowing dress, and she was slowly, almost deliberately, approaching us. At that moment, OP finally spoke up, "It's time to go," and he started the truck. We drove back to my place in total silence, none of us knowing quite what to say. When we pulled into the driveway, we scrambled out of the cramped truck, eager to shake off the unease. Jake, always the curious one, said he wanted to check what had hit the truck. So he and OP got out and circled around to the bed of the truck. They found something that made my stomach drop, a handprint on the side, bigger than any of ours. We all put our hands on it, and it was huge, easily 3 inches longer than the guy's hands. A week later, OP wasn't done with the old tunnel. He convinced Clinton to go with him, and they planned to spend the night there. They grabbed a bucket of chicken from KFC, thinking they'd hang out and keep watch, but the night passed quietly with nothing to report. Eventually, they got bored and decided to call it a night. OP dropped Clinton off at his truck, and Clinton followed him into town. That's when it happened. OP wrecked his truck on the way home. He had no explanation for the accident. He just couldn't remember anything about what had happened. Clinton could only watch in disbelief as OP swerved, but he couldn't offer any answers either. I wasn't there that night, but I've always wondered if OP had brought something back from that tunnel. After months of traveling for work, I finally came home, only to find that my wife had moved us to a new place, a nice house in Virginia. Big, modern, and much more than we were used to, but something felt off almost immediately. It wasn't long before she started calling me, telling me about her nightmares. She said she felt like something was watching her, especially from the bathroom or the closet. Our daughter even said she was pushed hard enough to fall down, but my wife had been sitting on the couch, nowhere near her. I gave her the usual advice, the kind of things we had done before when things got weird. Put up a blessed crucifix in the room and shield yourself with white light before bed. But even that didn't seem to work. A month later, I came home, and the moment I walked into the house, I felt it. Something was there. I couldn't place it at first, but it was like a heavy presence in the air. It didn't take me long to figure out where it was coming from. A dark closet area connected to the bathroom, facing the bed in the master bedroom. The closet never got any sunlight, and at night it was as dark as pitch. I could feel it. Something was watching me from that corner. The crucifix seemed to keep it out of the bedroom, but I could still feel its eyes, like it was waiting. So I did what I always do. I stood there, staring at that closet, and said aloud, "Get out. This is my house. I command you to leave." But nothing moved. It just sat there, quiet and unafraid. Soon after, we found a picture of our kids, smashed on the floor in the middle of the frame, like someone had thrown it. One night, I was watching TV when my wife left for work. I saw a large shadow fly out of the bedroom, heading toward the car, almost like it was chasing her. Not long after, she suffered a stroke and got into a car accident. Thankfully, she didn't suffer any lasting injuries. When I was away for work again, I found out the landlord was kicking us out. At first, I felt relieved. It was like we had to leave before whatever was in that house followed us. But the move didn't go smoothly. My wife scratched her eye, slowing everything down. On our last day, while we were outside on the back lawn, not far from that damn closet, we heard tapping on the window. But no one was in the house. I knew exactly what it was. It was the demon. The final night, just as I was leaving, a neighbor stopped to talk. I could see a shadow moving around the yard. Whatever it wasn't finished with us. And unfortunately, it followed us to our new house. But this place, it was full of sunlight, warmth, and good energy. It wasn't as bad here, but I still saw it a couple of times, flitting down the hall. It bothered my son too, who spotted it down in the basement. I told him to ignore it, not to feed it with fear, because that's what these things thrive on. If you don't give them that, they eventually get bored and leave. I've had my share of encounters with ghosts and spirits, but this one, it was different. Unlike anything I've ever faced before, this thing could move, and it wasn't going away anytime soon. It's crazy to think about, but in the end, it did stop bothering us. Life went back to normal. Still, it was a hard lesson to learn. Some things you can't just will away, no matter how much you try, and if you're not careful or quick enough to leave, they can do some real damage. Back in the late 80s, I worked as a medical transcriptionist at an old unsettling hospital in the heart of Virginia. My husband was working on his master's degree at the University of Maryland, so I was holding down the fort in our little apartment, paying the bills while he was away for the year. The hospital had its fair share of unsettling moments, but the strangest things happened at an old schoolhouse about 10 miles down the road. though it was connected to my job in a way. I worked alongside another transcriptionist under the supervision of ladies, not her real name, a woman in her late 50s who used to be an English teacher. She'd been the type to teach students proper grammar, diagramming sentences, and spelling the way it was done in the old days, skills that had started to fade by the 80s. Gladys was strict but appreciated my long-standing interest in linguistics and grammar. I never had to worry about my work being corrected. Her husband had passed away years before I started, and I heard from one of the administrative assistants that she'd changed after his death, becoming irritable and harder to work with. While I respected her knowledge, I couldn't stand her passive-aggressive remarks. My days were spent transcribing medical reports, all while dodging her sharp comments. It wasn't an easy office environment, and the stress from work only worsened things at home, especially since my husband was so far away. I didn't want to add to his stress as he was dealing with his studies and the financial strain. After a year, my husband completed his degree and came back, but I was still working at the hospital. By then, Gladys had softened toward me, but when the administrators told us we were moving to a new building across the street, the pressure pushed Gladys back into her old, difficult ways. I began looking for another job, especially after the hospital brought in a hatchet man to downsize. Although I could have kept my position, I wanted to be safe. One Friday afternoon, after a week of endless snide comments from Gladys, I'd had enough. The hatchet man was making threats, and it was obvious he wanted to cut people loose. The final straw came when I overheard Gladys giving a negative reference for me to a potential employer. My blood ran cold. I realized I couldn't use her as a reference, which was worrying because I had a job interview scheduled for Monday. On Sunday, my husband took me for a drive through the country, and we ended up at an old schoolhouse that had been turned into an antique shop. It was a large, white, creaky building from the early 1900s. Before we left, I went upstairs to use the restroom, which was tucked in the middle of the old attic. The space was dim and eerie, with an old toilet, sink, and shower tucked into the corner. I locked the door behind me, feeling uneasy being alone up there. My husband was downstairs, and I was alone in the attic. As I washed my hands, I heard a double knock at the door. "I'll be out in a minute," I called out, finishing up. Then suddenly, a strange dizziness hit me, and I felt a strong urge to look at the shower stall beside me. There was no reason for it, but I felt like something was trying to communicate with me. It was a strange sensation, and as I glanced around, I saw no one. The door was still locked, and the old floorboards would have creaked if anyone had been moving around upstairs. I opened the door, checked the area, and found nothing. My heart raced as I hurried downstairs to the car, still shaken by what had just happened. As we left the building and climbed into the car, another strange sensation washed over me. This time, I clearly heard a voice in my head saying, "School's out." At that exact moment, the sun broke through the clouds, and sunlight poured into the car window. It was one of those strange moments when everything seemed to fall into place, and for the first time in a long while, I felt light, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off my shoulders. I couldn't quite explain it, so I told my husband about this odd sense of relief that washed over me. We were still processing everything, trying to make sense of the day, when we got back to our apartment, and the phone rang. It was one of the accountants from the office. Her voice trembled slightly as she told me that Gladys, the woman from our department, had passed away that afternoon, about an hour and a half before. She had suffered a pulmonary embolism while taking a shower at home. My heart dropped as her words echoed in my mind. School is out. It took me a moment to realize the connection, but then everything clicked into place. It felt as though Gladys was trying to reach out to me from beyond, letting me know she was in a better place, offering me some peace. It was an unexpected experience, one that I couldn't fully understand at the time, but I was grateful for it. It gave me a sense of closure. And to top it off, I found out that I had landed the job I'd interviewed for earlier that week, the one I had hoped for, with a better salary and a small office all to myself. It was a fresh start, just the kind of change I needed. And somehow, I couldn't shake the feeling that Gladys' passing had somehow made all of this possible. It was hard to understand, but it felt like her parting had helped me in some way. I was 16, spending the night at my best friend Jill's house. I'm using a pseudonym here because we've lost touch over the years, and honestly, I'm not sure what her memories of that night might be. Jill lived in a small town in Virginia called Churchville. It was a quiet place, the kind of town where the most exciting event was the annual county fair. Route 250 ran through the heart of the town, cutting through the main street, and if you followed it east, you'd eventually hit West Virginia and Ohio, stretching all the way to Lake Erie. At night, the town was eerily quiet, with only the occasional car driving by. Looking back, I can count on one hand the number of truly unsettling experiences I've had, and this night was one of the strangest. Whether it was a ghost, a premonition, or just my teenage imagination running wild, I still don't know. But what I do know is that it was one of the spookiest nights of my life. It was a warm summer evening, the kind of night where the air feels thick and still. Jill's parents had already gone to bed, leaving us alone in her second-floor bedroom. The room was dim, the only light coming from the streetlights outside. Jill and I lay across the bed, looking out the window, trying to hide our cigarettes from her parents. We blew the smoke out into the night air, hoping it wouldn't get us into trouble. From her vantage point, we could see almost all the way down the street, past the intersection and beyond the old gas station. It was so quiet that we could hear the faint hum of the streetlights flickering every now and then. As we lay there, we noticed a car coming from the east, making its way down the road toward us. The sight of a car driving through town that late at night was unusual, and we couldn't help but watch. The car was old, likely from the 50s, a pale color with darker panels along the sides. It didn't look like anything we'd seen around Churchville before. As it slowed down, it caught our attention even more. It was moving much slower than the 35 miles per hour speed limit, and as it neared the end of the street, it turned right and parked directly across from Jill's house, right in front of an empty lot next door. The headlights flickered once and then cut off, leaving us in complete darkness. I remember feeling a sense of unease wash over me even before the driver stepped out. The figure that emerged from the car was tall and shadowy, almost as if he were made of darkness itself. The streetlight behind him cast an eerie glow, but I couldn't make out any details. He wore a short jacket, possibly black leather, and a pair of jeans. His hair was slicked back, the kind of style you'd expect from an old movie, but it was the way he moved that sent a chill down my spine. It was as if he knew we were watching. I told myself that it was impossible. He couldn't see us, we were hidden in the dark, but my gut told me otherwise. As he slowly walked toward the front of the car, I swear he stopped right in the middle of Jill's yard, and for a brief moment, it felt as though he was staring directly at us, knowing we were there. Frozen in place, Jill and I didn't make a sound. I held my breath, waiting for something, anything. Then, in a move that made my heart race, he raised his arm and pointed directly at us. My heart skipped a beat, and I panicked. "He's got a gun," I screamed, pulling Jill down with me, desperate to get out of sight. Jill, surprisingly calm, slapped my hand away, telling me to be quiet. She was braver than I was, and I just couldn't understand why she wasn't as terrified as I was. I squeezed my eyes shut and waited for the sound of a gunshot, but there was nothing. After what felt like an eternity, Jill peeked over the window ledge, her voice barely above a whisper. "He's gone," she said. I couldn't believe it. The car and the man were both gone, without a sound. I didn't know what to think. Jill was a little irritated with me for screaming, but I didn't think scaring him off was such a bad idea. I still wonder what would have happened if I hadn't screamed. Would he have come up to the window? Would he have tried to knock on the door? We should have heard the car start up and drive away, but there was no noise at all, just an eerie silence that lingered long after the figure disappeared. From the angle of the bedroom window, we couldn't see much of the road, especially westward, where he would have gone. Neither of us was willing to head downstairs to check, and that night, sleep came hard. We both lay there, feeling unsettled, our minds racing. What if the stranger came back? But he never did. We never really figured out what happened that night, or if it was even a person at all. For all we knew, it could have been something else, A ghost, perhaps. Now, years later, I'm a 40-year-old man, and I've lived all over Virginia, places like Roanoke, Lynchburg, and the quiet outskirts near the Appalachian Mountains. I also spent some time in Charleston, South Carolina, which is a beautiful place, but I'll admit, living there isn't always easy. I've moved around a bit more, but it's those years in Virginia that stick with me. There's an old saying that you should only believe half of what you see and none of what you hear. But what happens when you see things in the darkness? Can there be truth in the shadows? Have you ever just stared into a pitch-black room or up at the ceiling late at night? And when you do you ever see things that you know aren't really there, even when the lights are on? I've had that happen more times than I can count, and it's like watching a movie with no screen. Sometimes the things I see are vague, just shadows or flickers, but other times they're disturbingly clear. And the weirdest part is that the images are never life-sized, like they exist inside a small frame, as if they're playing on a TV, even though I don't have one in the room. Is it just my brain playing tricks, neurons misfiring? Or could it be something more? Maybe some kind of window into another world, another dimension. Or could it be that spirits are trying to communicate, sending us these images to warn or to scare us? I don't have answers. Most of these experiences happened when I was younger, back in the sleepy towns of Roanoke or during my teen years in Lynchburg. But a lot of those memories have faded with time. There were times, though, when I'd see strange collages of images, tools, food, random objects, like a jumbled mess. But then, there were moments, especially in my teenage years, when the things I saw were downright disturbing. One time, I was in a room that wasn't even that dark, and suddenly, I saw the image of a hideous creature. It frightened me, but it wasn't overwhelming. These images were always contained within a small frame, but never bigger than a person. Just glimpses of skulls or eyes, angry, glaring eyes, nothing more. Most of the time, the things I saw were mundane, just everyday objects, but they were rarely comforting. As I've gotten older, I've tried to look for those images again, peering into the dark like I used to. But now, I mostly catch only glimpses, and there's this strange interference, like static on an old TV, a noise that messes with my vision, not my hearing. It's hard to make out what I'm seeing, and sometimes it's like there's something standing right in front of me, but I can't focus on it. Speaking of that interference, I've noticed it in all kinds of places, whether it's broad daylight or late at night, whether I'm at home or out in a crowded restaurant or mall. It's not dust or light reflecting. It's more like the static you used to see on TVs before the signal came back. But it's different. This is nearly invisible, yet it bends the light just enough to create this faint, swirling pattern. Sometimes it looks like it's hovering just above the floor, while other times it wraps around me completely, surrounding me wherever I go. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't frighten me, and it doesn't seem to cause any harm. I just notice it and go about my day. After all, it's not like I've been the only one to experience strange things. I've been toying with the idea of starting a small ghost hunting group to explore this further, but something tells me I may already know more than I think. I've always been fascinated by the paranormal, and I've been on both sides of the fence, skeptic and believer. As much as I'd love to witness something truly unexplainable, I've yet to see anything that would completely convince me. But I know a few people who've had experiences that go beyond the ordinary, and I'd love to join them on a journey to uncover the truth. There are a couple of folks who have spent years working with the supernatural and are skilled in dealing with all kinds of entities and situations. Then there are others, more curious and philosophical, who are drawn to the spiritual side of things, fascinated by what these encounters might tell us about life, death, and what's beyond. Despite my own brushes with the unknown, I still lean toward skepticism. But the more I read, the more I find myself open to what I can't yet explain. Authors like L.B. Taylor and others have documented stories so well corroborated that it makes you wonder, maybe there's more to this world than meets the eye. I'm hoping to witness something indisputable, something real. It could be a sound, a sight, or even a feeling that I can capture with my camera or recorder. For me, it would be a spiritual journey. While I'm currently agnostic, If I could capture undeniable proof of the paranormal, it would change everything. I've heard plenty of ghost stories, but I'm still waiting for that one experience that wipes away any doubts. I'll be sharing more about this journey soon. For now, I want to say goodbye. If you're enjoying the story, leave a comment below and let me know where you're tuning in from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. Hampton, Virginia, is one of the oldest places in America, second only to Jamestown. This tale takes place in Phoebus, a quiet part of Hampton, just across Mill Creek from the historic Fort Monroe. Over the years, Phoebus has seen its share of turmoil, from the Revolutionary War to the Civil War, even up to World War I. In 1861, Union troops burned down Hampton, and the business district was ravaged by fire in 1884. With all that history, it's easy to see why many believe the area is haunted. Phoebus isn't all doom and gloom, though. It has its charm, too. For instance, a local eatery called Fuller's was used as the backdrop for the 1980 horror film King Crab. My great-uncle, Macy Carmel, served as a judge in Hampton, and in his honor, the Carmel Center for Justice was built near Phoebus. And when the 4th of July rolls around, Phoebus is the perfect spot to watch fireworks, especially for families with loved ones who call the area home. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more.